We welcome you all to our today's seminar on GSTAT, Challenging the Challenges. We also welcome the participants who have joined online from all over India. We are honored to welcome today Honorable Dr. Justice Sanjaya Kumar Mishra, first President of GST Appellate Tribunal in India and former Chief Justice High Court of Jharkhand, Ranchi. I request Mr. Vivek Jalan, Chairperson, National Fiscal Affairs and Taxation Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and partner Tax Connect Advisory Services LLP, and member from Bengal Chamber Secretariat, to please escort His Lordship on the dais. We also welcome our guests of honor of the program, Sri Satya Gopal Chattopadhyay, Honorable Member Judicial GSTAT, Sri Ranjan Kumar Sahu, Honorable Member Judicial GSTAT, Sri Somnath Ganguly, Honorable Member Judicial GSTAT, and Sri R. Muralidhar, Honorable Member Judicial Customs Excise and Services Tax Appellate Tribunal. I now request our chairperson, Mr. Vivek Jalan, and Mr. Shubhodip Ghosh, Director General, to please felicitate the dignitary, His Lordship. I also request to please felicitate other dignitaries on the dais. The chairperson of the National Fiscal Affairs and Taxation Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to deliver the welcome address and take the session forward.
Good morning. On the dais, Honorable Dr. Justice Sanjaya Kumar Mishra, sir, First President, GST Appellate Tribunals in India. Honorable Shri S.G. Chattopadhyay, sir, Honorable Member, GSTAT. Shri R.K. Sahu, sir, Honorable Member, GSTAT. Shri Somnath Ganguly, sir, Honorable Member, GSTAT. Shri R. Muralidhar, sir, Honorable Member, GSTAT. Of the dais, Shri Alok Kumar, sir, EVP, GSTN. Shri Madhav Chandra Mishra, sir, IRS, Commissioner of CGST and CX South. Mr. Joyjit Bonik, sir, ADC and PRO, SGST West Bengal. Honorable officers of CGST and SGST who have joined here. Honorable Shri P.K. Das, sir, retired member, GSTAT. Shri Avijit Pal, Deputy Registrar, GSTAT Kolkata, and his colleagues. Respected members of trade and industry from Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. CA Mayur Agarwal, Vice Chairperson, and other members of Eastern India Regional Council CA Institute, CA Sushil Goyal, and CA Rip Das, Vice President, and other members of GSTAT Bar Association, Kolkata, Advocate Tarun Gupta, immediate past President, Association of Corporate Advisors, Shri Badrinath, Chairperson, Indirect Tax Committee of Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce, who is also our partner in this Pan-India webinar, Shri Surya Prakash, Program Director Daksh, who is also our partner, senior advocates from High Court, chartered accountants, cost accountants, company secretaries, advocates practicing taxation, dignitaries from Dhanbad GST Practitioners Association, members of Will GST, our mailing partner, and which has been doing a yeoman's service in indirect taxation since decades, dignitaries across India who have joined us through the digital mode, ladies and gentlemen. We are witnessing a watershed moment for this generation of tax practitioners, professionals from trade and industry, and GST officers, as we are witnessing the setting up of a whole new ecosystem in GST litigation with the formation of the long-awaited GST tribunals in India. This seminar, organized by the Bengal Chamber, is being held at a time when the honorable members across the country are just about to take charge. I think 21st of Jan is the day when honorable members would take charge. At the outset, we thank Honorable President Sir for accepting our request and taking his time out from his very busy schedule and addressing us all physically as well as Pan-India members digitally. We also thank other respected members of GSTAT and GSTAT for joining us. The GSTAT is the first tribunal of its kind which is fully digitalized by procedures. All appeals, and please note all appeals, before GSTAT can only be filed through the GSTAT portal as envisaged in Rule 115 of GSTAT Rules 2025. 31 state benches, in addition to principal bench at Delhi, have already been set up across the states. Honorable members have been appointed across all states. More honorable members from state are to be appointed. Registrars have been appointed. The Act and rules have been amended and re-amended to bring a consensus among the entire ecosystem, and thereafter have been notified now. All of this within the limitation of resources and challenges which every democratic and federal nation faces while implementing such a huge mammoth gamut of change. Weathering all constraints, the entire team GSTAT, headed by Honorable President Sir himself, has now brought this stage to the implementation stage. All past and present appeals on this day can be filed by all taxpayers across India before the GSTAT by 30th June 2026. A change of this kind would certainly have certain hiccups at the beginning, and so GSTAT filings also have some hiccups and challenges as of now. We from the Bengal Chamber and Tax Connect Advisory Services have tried to capture certain challenges in GSTAT filings from our experience over the last few months, and have also presented it before the Honorable President with our recommendations. Challenges like the fact that in case details tabs, those of you who have tried to file online on the portal, you might have also faced it. In the case details tab, since an issue in an order might have touched various sections and rules, it is our recommendation to either increase the number of sections which can be added per issue or the number of rules which can be added per issue in the tab, or to make the tab a free-flowing text, at least initially, as of now, so that in the initial stages, the appeals can be filed much more smoothly. Then there are certain small technical challenges like we have faced the authorized signatory personal details is appearing in place of business and also under appellant's official address in the appeal. Honorable President, sir, also has along with him Honorable EVP GSTN, who will walk us through the entire GSTAT portal filing process, and I am sure would look into such challenges for ease of filing on the GSTAT portal. Friends, taxpayers, there are various decisions which have to be taken by taxpayers and professionals while filing appeals, like in case any order in appeal has any single issue which relates to place of supply, then the appeal has to be filed only before the principal bench in Delhi. This is as per first proviso to section 109 subsection 5 of the CGST Act. Now, whether a place of supply issue would be both sides, on the outward supply side as well as the inward supply side. For example, in case, say, a supplier has charged CGST and SGST instead of IGST, it becomes a place of supply issue on the inward supply side. Whether this issue also has to be filed before the Honorable Principal Bench at Delhi, or it is only the supplier side, when the supplier charges C and S for I, for example. So these are some of the decisions which taxpayers and professionals have to take while filing the appeal, and so on and so forth. Furthermore, taxpayers have to be careful and take various legal calls while filing the appeals before the GSTAT. Like, since under Rule 112 of the CGST rules, any additional or new evidence cannot be adduced afresh before the GSTAT at the GSTAT stage, except certain circumstances as envisaged under Rule 112. So filings have to be done very carefully, taking into account the earlier proceedings. Whether to make a pre-deposit wide electronic credit ledger for RCM cases, multiple OIOs but a single OIA, multiple aggrieved persons, all have to go for multiple appeals at the GSTAT stage, and so on and so forth. Tax advocates, chartered accountants, cost accountants, company secretaries, professionals also need to start understanding the various procedures like filing form GSTAT-01 for interlocutory applications, filing form GSTAT-04 for wakalatnama, etc. Furthermore, even the GST departments are also a party to the GSTAT and may file appeals against orders against them. We have in this seminar a separate session to understand even the department's perspective as to the nature and the quantum of appeals expected from the government side. So taxpayers would again need to be vigilant whether when the department files the appeal to file a reply or memorandum of cross objections in case felt necessary. In this half-a-day seminar, we have many multifarious focused sessions. With this, I take this opportunity of inviting Honorable Dr. Justice Sanjaya Kumar Mishra, sir, First President GSTAT in India, to deliver his keynote address before this August gathering. Thank you very much, sir.
आपका फोन रह गया. Thank you, Mr. Janan. Jagannatha Swami, Nayana Pathagami Bhavatu. Good morning and happy weekend to everybody. Brother Justice Shadgopal Chattopadhyay, the senior member designate of Kolkata bench of the GSTAT. My elder brother, in true sense, that he was senior to me in at the college campus law center, Sri Ranjan Shahu, and he will be going to Cuttack, Odisha, as the technical member center. So he becomes all the more second reason to call him elder brother. So ठीक है, ये पानी बोतल ले जाओ, ये लैपटॉप खोल के ले सकते हो? कितना समय लगेगा इसको? ऐसे बंद कर दीजिए, नहीं तो ठीक है, ओके, ओके. Senior member for Guwahati, Honorable Sri Somnath Ganguly, senior designated advocate of Kolkata High Court, Sri Murlidhar, R. Murlidhar, a member of the GSTAT in Kolkata, Sri Vivek Jalan, Chartered Accountant and Chair of the National Fiscal and Taxation Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Alok Kumar, and the Executive Vice President of the GSTN, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it has been so, life has been moving so fast for the last 12, 14 hours. I'm not able to remember everybody's name. So please don't mind, especially Mr. Mukherjee, Sanjay Mukherjee. So don't mind if I don't address you in the speech. Everybody knows how difficult it is to file an appeal in the portal. It is there in the social network. People are telling me, people are sending me Facebook and Twitter forwards that it is very difficult, how painful it is. Let me tell something good about it. How good the system is, how good the portal is. You see, for the last 20 months, since the day I took off the charge of the president, the first president of the GSTAT, the first professional I encountered is a team of very dedicated men and women who are trained in computer engineering and software engineering, different types of expertise they have. And they are constantly working to build a portal which cannot be hacked, or at least it will be extremely difficult to hack. I, on the other part, always have trying to make them concessions to make it user-friendly. Now, these two things, user-friendly and a hack-proof portal, are not, though not mutually exclusive, it can coexist, but it does cut into each other's domain. In fact, dear brother Alok is sitting here. I know, or I believe, that the team of experts from GSTN and NIC, and also a private player who is under their contract, they were always scolding me, बुड्ढा हमेशा गाली देता रहता है, because I used to pull up them कि ये क्यों नहीं हुआ, why this is not done, why this is not done, why it has to be like this, why it cannot be made you can say more user friendly like any other software. You can compare MakeMyTrip.com with the IRCTC. You must have done both. IRCTC is very difficult, but very sturdy system. It cannot be generally hacked by a person. Or something like that, Is My Trip, Make My Trip, it is very easier to handle, because the primary objective of the team that is handling a government portal or preparing a government portal is to first see how sturdy it can become, so that it cannot be hacked. Just for example, we are hearing two cases, especially of anti-profiteering. One involves 50 crores of rupees, and the other involves 454 crores of rupees. Just a simple hacking into the system and changing the order sheet will make a huge difference. That is the reason one has to have a very, very sturdy system. But at the same time, we have a very good system that Mr. Alok and his junior colleague will tell you. I'll just succinctly highlight what are the advantages that is available in the portal. The first thing is that it is key areas of benefit are that it is accessible and convenient. 24/7 filing can be done. Online defect management can be done. Mobile-friendly interface is there. There is seamless and unified experience to GST and integration. An auto-populated document will be there. Somebody had sent a blog, whichever name it is called. I was going through the same. Sorry, I'll pick it. It takes into account that there are multiple provisions in the GSTAT Procedure Rules 2025 about a number of verification and signing of document concern. The question is that this is formulated by a chartered accountant, very famous chartered accountant, I am not taking his name. Multiple certification, verification and requirement of the name and signature of the authorized representative at the foot of every appeal or pleading, along with the relevant documents including relied upon document, needs to be considered. A single step process verification by the appellant of all documents can be way ahead. Simplification of the process would be a welcome step, and since everything is digitized and being uploaded from the user ID of the taxpayer, process can be simplified and looking into the intent of formation of tribunal, that is speedy justice. Now this issue, it is captioned as GSTAT tribunal issues which need further clarity or a look ahead. GSTAT Procedure Rules 2025 provide for a rejection of appeal for non-removal defects and for different rules requirement that foot of every appeal and pleading has to be signed by the authorized representative. Now this we have, after receiving this copy of this vlog, we went to a hurdle. I first had a talk with my brother members of the principal bench. Then I had a talk with the registrars and also the technical team. In fact, the technical team was consulted only day before yesterday, that is on Friday. And we have come to the conclusion that this error or this apparent discrepancy between the portal's requirement and the requirement in the law as the procedure rule provides has crept in because the rule was formulated first and the portal was made operational later on. So we have to, we admit there has to be a requirement of re-looking into this particular issue that has been raised by this learned chartered accountant. So we have at present decided that we will not insist on this requirement while the scrutiny of the appeal will be done. And for that an advisory will be issued from my office under my own signature. Though the rules require different signatures at different places, actually the portal requires only one signature, one verification and one digital signature. Once it is done, there is no need to put different signatures to all documents. But there is only one exception to it. The exception is that only when a physical copy of a document is taken, scanned, and then uploaded to the system as a part of the second appeal, then that document has to be certified to be true copy of the original document. The scanned document has to be certified to be true copy. That can be done either digitally or that can be done physically, and then it can be scanned. Now there is also this exception has also an exception. Supposing there is a document, very authentic document is to be produced by one of the appellant, like decree of a civil court or a judgment of a criminal court or a order passed by the High Court or Supreme Court in writ jurisdiction or a SLP jurisdiction. That is a certified copy is issued by the system with a hologram on it. There is no need to give a authentication to that kind of document. So these clarification, I say GSTAT and the GST regime itself are very new babies. The entire GST concept is only 8-year-old. I just imagine when you were 8-year-old, how efficient you were. I was not very efficient. So at present, I think I am also 8-year-old, like the GST or the GST regime or the GSTAT. GSTAT is even less than it can be taken if it is taken from the day when I joined or the day when Honorable Finance Minister dedicated the GSTAT to the nation. That is on 24th September perhaps. So it is even less than 2 years. So this baby GST regime has to be nurtured and its mistakes has to be tolerated and it has to be learned and developed. Now, there's so many aspects to be talk of, but I'm just highlighting the most important things which I believe request your attention. Then there is the advantage of total transparency and real-time information. There is no cheating the portal now. Even I cannot cheat. Suppose I pass a order today and I could not upload the same today itself, and before that I could not digitally sign it because the Wi-Fi was down or it was slow, or my stenographer was on leave, or my stenographer was inefficient, or I was not feeling well, so I took a day off early, and I'll come back and give my digital signature on the next day. The system will show the order is passed on Friday, but it is signed on Saturday at such and such time. So absolute transparency. Everybody is talking where is the accountability of the system or the officers. This portal will make me and my brother sitting accountable. I tell you, no other tribunal has this built-in accountability facility. If some judge or member, we can call quasi-judges or judges, are not pronouncing the judgment in right time, then the system will show before the entire country. So we have to be very careful, and it is not like that we have too much of time in passing the judgment. We have to pass the judgment within 21 days. So that is another aspect we have to work out. Then there is paperless workflow. Virtual hearing is there. It is also looking at you. And we have the jurisdiction or the discretion to record the proceeding of the court. Supposing you are arguing as a tax professional or a senior advocate or even as a member of the revenue service, and you start abusing us or abusing the other party, the system, if you require, the system will record it and it will keep it for 1 month. then it will auto-delete. So everybody is being watched, like it's like 1984 का Big Brother. बिग बॉस देख रहे हैं आप आजकल के बच्चे बिग बॉस जानते हैं. हमने पढ़ा था 1984 में आउटलॉक शख्स के जॉर्ज आई एम सॉरी स्टैंड करेक्टर. सो 1984 में जैसे देख रहा है ना बिग ब्रदर, द पोर्टल विल वॉच अस नॉट इन नेगेटिव सेंस बट टू मेक अस मोर एफिशिएंट. एम आई करेक्ट मिस्टर आलोक? सो then there is active technical support ecosystem. There is an integrated support desk, instant ticket generation, tired resolution and rapid issue resolution. Supposing you have a problem, you'll approach the integrated support desk and they immediately will generate a ticket. It is available, always available. And once a ticket is generated, you can track the ticket. Now, what has happened to your complaint, how it is being, this is real time. You can go have a what you call have a tab on it, so that you can know what has actually happened to your complaint or the issue that you have raised. Then there is the question of staggering. You know staggering? Staggering in GST 80 second appeal filing. What happened? When the portal was open, on the same day, GST 80 was also dedicated to the nation. Before that, it was in September, before that in August, we are huddling with everybody. GST and NIC team were visiting my office. I was having discussions with the DORs, officials. Many things were happening. At that time, the information that was collected showed that this system, the GST regime, there's 582,766 first appeal has been filed. GST 80 will take up second appeal. So second appeal, in order to have a gauge about or a estimation about the total appeal that may be filed, one of the indicia is that how many first appeals are filed? Say out of that 40 to 50% will come the second appeal. So if there is a 582,766 appeal which has been filed in the first appellate stage, what will be the expected appeal filing in GST 80? And I'm sorry to say, Mr. Alok Kumar also became frightened. Everybody became frightened. If the system is loaded with something like 3 lakhs appeal on a day one, what will happen? At that time, our portal was to handle 5,000 cases. Now 8. And it will be made 12. To maximum, we can go to 12,000 entries at one point of time. What I mean to say, at that time, the portal was able to handle 500 logins simultaneously. 5,000 logins simultaneously. Now that was found to be insufficient, so they raised it to 8,000. Now there is a proposal to raise it to 12,000. Now after a number of parleys, a number of discussion, and also a bit of nudging from the Department of Revenue of the Ministry of Finance, I had to take a decision. I had to take a call, and I said that we have a staggering of the appeal. The oldest appeal, first appeal decided in the country, will be first allowed to be filed, and then later on, the portal will start opening up to later cases. And we were surprised, astonished, astounded, pata nahi, whichever word used. Not a single appeal was filed. So what happened? Everybody said, no, sir, Diwali hai. So tax lawyers are, all लक्ष्मी पूजा करते हैं तो थोड़ा व्यस्त हो गए हैं, बाद में करेंगे. एंड देन दिवाली चला गया, फिर न्यू ईयर आ गया, क्रिसमस आ गया, न्यू ईयर आ गया, चलता रहा. बट स्टिल वी हैव ओनली 200 फाइलिंग टिल टुडे. So after thinking again, we decided that let us recall the order of staggering. Now it is open to everybody to file. Now in this in this context, what is the reason actually of filing, of this less filing? If there is actually about 2 lakhs, supposing 2 lakhs cases to be filed, why it is not being filed? People are just taking, अरे होगा तो जून 30 जून तक है ना टाइम, अब क्या हड़बड़ है? तो एक I remember one story my father used to say, tell me. It is from Panchatantra. There is a pond. 3 fishes were swimming in the pond. In the night, 2 persons were passing by and they said that, चलो कल इसमें जाल डालते हैं, जो है उसको मछली को ले जाएंगे, खाएंगे, बेचेंगे, जो भी है. Then out of the 3, one fish was a very wise and very prompt. She or he immediately left the pond. He took a canal and went to the river. The other one, and the name of the fish who went away immediately is Anagat Vidhata, who leaves nothing to fate. Take care of everything. Very smart, the wise one, the foresighted one. Then when the morning came, net was placed by the two persons. The second fish, what he did, he acted that as if he is dead. So, though he was caught in the net, since he had dead feet, he was thrown back to the water by the fisherman. And he survived. His name was Pratyutnamati. The smart one, quick-witted. And the last, the fatalist, he did not do anything. What is, जो भी लिखा है तो वही होगा, भगवान है ना मेरे लिए. And it got caught and it got cooked also. By the way, Bengalis like fish, and we also, Odias also like fish, so the fish example is good. Why I am giving this example? Can anybody guess? Don't be this yad bhavish. Be अनागत विधाता. अभी से फाइल करना शुरू कर दीजिए आपका अपील्स. We do not know. देखिए what what do I say? What the principal bench or the president of the principal bench, advised by the technical team of the GST and NIC, were thinking about September, October of 2025, actually has been shifted to June 2026. Now a huge number of cases will be filed at the same time by all the professionals. And then what we are apprehending, that the system may collapse, the system may jam, there may be a stampede in September, October, May. Heavens forbid, may happen in April, May, June of 2026. So यहाँ प्रत्युत्तरमति का भी काम नहीं चलेगा. You have to be अनागत विधाता. अभी से फाइल करना पड़ेगा. पता नहीं उस समय क्या वाईफाई बंद हो जाए. It becomes slow. All kind of pressure is on the system. Not only our system, the general system of the country. That is the telephone lines or the what do you call these Wi-Fi. So my request is that all of you who has some influence on some taxpayer who has an appeal, please influence. जाके फाइल कर लो भाई, अनागत विधाता हो जाओ, क्यों पतितमती होते हो, यद भविष्य तो मत हो ही नहीं, यद भविष्य होगा तो तुम्हारा लाइफ जाएगा. सो इन दिस प्रोसेस GST and NIC team wanted a perfect module of a portal. And there was my difference of opinion with them. I was telling that you cannot make a perfect portal because never before in India was there a system of courts or quasi-judicial bodies which from the day one will be paperless. It has to be online. That is a statutory requirement. And this is a big, it's not a small tribunal, it's 32 benches, 1 plus 31, 32 benches, 45 locations, and 128 members, including myself. एक साथ लॉन्च करना इतना, it is not a small thing. And again, you are saying that the portal should run exactly, perfectly, right, like a well-oiled machinery right from the beginning, is also not possible. What I said to them, let us build a portal which is fairly sturdy and fairly user-friendly. There will be teething problems. जैसे बोला 2 साल के बच्चा है, 8 साल के बच्चा है, teething problems will be there. And the system will generate itself. Sociology में कहते हैं ना, sui generis. The system itself evolves. System मतलब not the portal, or not the GSTAT principal bench, not the members. It is the entirety of or the sum total of the GST regime. That is all the members and their assistants, their supporting staff, the members of the technical team, the tax professionals, the revenue officials, the portal, the rule-making authority, everything, it becomes a system and it will generate itself. People will make mistake, other people will find out the mistake, both of them will sit together and a solution will be evolved. This is what we are thinking, and we are in some way succeeding also. Now, you may ask me, how this 128, and then 128, all of them has not appointed in the past go. We have still some vacancy, and there's 91 members have already joined. Am I correct? 91 members have joined. How can you handle some 2 to 3 lakhs cases? Now, out of these 200 cases that has been filed, we had an assessment of the cases, myself and my brother members, and assisted by the registrar of the principal bench, and we found that actually 200 cases कुछ जो लिस्ट है, these are actually 14 different kind of litigations. There's a bunching of cases. You understand now? Now many cases will come where the agency question is there. जो विप्रो क्वेश्चन में आया था, विप्रो में आया था, या I think Infosys में. Supposing a company is here and its sister company is situated outside, and there is some exchange of services between them, whether it will be taxable or not. Once this issue is decided, then all the other cases will follow suit. Another issue there is GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. If there is a discrepancy, a dispute is raised. Penalty is imposed, interest is imposed. Suppose there is a dispute between GSTR 2B and 3B, then there is also the question will arise, what is this discrepancy, and a dispute will arise. Now, if we find out a certain solution for this, not a straitjacket formula, but a broad guideline by giving judgments, then 70% of litigation are covered. You understand what I am saying? So this number should not deter us from डर जाना नहीं चाहिए अभी से कि इतना ज़्यादा केस है बोल. So bunching can be done, and you can look into for disposal of cases. Now there is another issue of digital signature. People are finding it difficult to give a digital signature. I think I still have some time. No problem, ना? या बोर हो रहे हैं? बोर नहीं हो रहा ना? How to make it more interesting then? Okay, digital signature can be done in 3 ways. I'll just speedily go through the external digital signature certificate utility, NIC digital signature certificate, even Aadhaar based e-sign can be done, and e-filing user manual is there, which can be used module wise. Self-help videos are there in the system. So these are the good things about the portal, which has been rather harshly criticized openly by some people and endorsed by me also. And still Mr. Alok is smiling कि अब कैसा होगा, प्रेसिडेंट साहब हमारे साथ क्यों ले रहे हैं, सब गाली तो उस दिन सब हर एक दिन देते थे. That is different roles. We want to make, I want you to make a very good portal. At the same time, I want to see that the portal survives and there's no glitches in it, there's no hacking to it. There's another question asked by the same chartered accountant is regarding the requirement of giving a translated, English translated copy of a vernacular document. Are you aware of that? Yes. There is Rule 24 of the GSTAT procedure rules, 110, 24, and read together. It is imperative on the part of the applicant to file a translated copy of the document prepared in vernacular. Now there has been some criticism. They say that this provision is not there either in the Act or in the 2017 rule. Now the 111, section 111 of the GSTAT, Central Goods and Services Tax Act, provides that the GSTAT may prescribe its own rules, may lay down its own rules. And after reading that, we have proposed a rule which was examined by different agencies of the government, like the Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance, and then the Law Committee, then the Parliament Affairs Committee, then the Ministry of Parliament Affairs, and then Ministry of Law and Justice. And finally, it went before the GST Council. The GST Council approved it, and then it was placed before the Honorable Finance Minister. Finance Minister approved it, and then it was passed as a law, notified in the Gazette. Now, it is said that if the Act doesn't say that there has to be requirement of filing a translated copy of a document, suppose made in Bengali. There is a document in Bengali. If it is put before me, I cannot read it. I can read Hindi, but Hindi, Odia I can read, but I cannot read Tamil, Telugu, many other languages, Indian languages. So this provision was made only keeping in view the linguistic diversity of the country, because the members they belong to different, they are all basically Indians, but they speak different languages. You cannot force me to learn Bengali or Hindi or Telugu to decide cases. It will not be possible. I am a senior citizen. It has become difficult for me to take up a new subject and have mastery over it. But this problem, again, we are being re-looked into it because we received several representations from different states, especially from Hindi heartland, that we cannot give you the English translation of the document which is prepared in Hindi. Then we have referred it to a committee committee consists of the members of the GSTAT, and they are looking into it. At present, we are of the view that unless there is a question pertaining to the particular bench and particular member, we will not insist on a translated copy of the document prepared by the original original officer prepared in the vernacular. So these are the things which I wanted to share with you. But before going into that, I just would like to highlight on 2-3 salient things. In the initial stage, we have decided that the defect of substance and defect of form will be distinguished. If it is not a defect of the substance, then the appeal will be admitted with certain defects. They will mention it will be placed before the bench with some defects. Secondly, unless the document is taken in its physical form, scanned and then uploaded, we will not insist on an authentication of the document because it will be auto-populated. But at the same time, we must be careful that some of the appeals has been disposed of in the physical form, because at the time the portal was not fully operational, and in some cases it was the magistrate or the members who has, the first appellate authorities who have resorted to physical form of disposal of appeal instead of the digital disposal. And then this ticket management desk has to be taken full advantage of by all the stakeholders, so that we can have a perfectly smooth and perfect filing of the second appeal as early as possible. And most importantly, I must say that all of us should become Anagat Badhata, not Pratyutramati or Bad Dirghasutra. Dirghasutri, Odisha mein usko Dirghasutri कहते हैं. There's also, Mr. Jalan has given me a printout of a document in which certain issues has been mooted out. I have not gone through the entire problem. I assure all of you, the August House, especially the members of the oldest chamber of commerce of the country, that we will look into this and we will find out a solution, and accordingly advisory will be issued. One question is that which I could see immediately, that there is a confusion regarding this place of supply issue as envisaged in first provision of section 109 subsection 5, whether any IGST issue inward supply is considered as place of supply issue, or there is any other definition. Now this is a question which has to be decided by the tribunal. We cannot have a discourse on this issue on a hypothetical question. A real question will be posed on the facts of the case. Both the sides will come prepared. The revenue will, with their departmental authorized representative, and the taxpayer by either a chartered accountant or a lawyer who is an expert in tax law, they will argue before a bench, and the bench will take a view. That will be tested by a writ on Article 226 and 227, and also by an SLP. Then only this issue can be decided. Now, instead of deciding these questions in hypothetical manner, or hypothetical situation, I'll request all of you, whenever a question arises, whether it will be in the principal bench, whether it have a place of supply or not, then it is better to err on the safer side, whichever is your first opinion. First opinion, it doesn't involve the place of supply. File it in before the Kolkata bench or the Guwahati bench or Cuttack bench, whichever bench is. But if you think that it should be before the principal bench, go and file it before the principal bench and then make a request to the court by filing an interim application. Sir, this is the question. Pass give a ruling on whether it involves a place of supply, question place of supply, or it doesn't involve. Now, that can be decided first as a preliminary issue. Since we are a new tribunal, I think if you come to me with such a request, I will definitely pay attention to you, whatever you want to say, and give my opinion, my judgment on it. The second question on the paper that is given to me is that if there is a mistake in selection of bench, or for that matter, any other issue, then the registrar rejects it for defect. Thereafter, in the case, the defect is corrected, and after limitation, what would be the status of the limitation? Now, number one, अब 30 जून तक तो limitation का आपका कोई problem नहीं है. The government of India was very generous on that. Second is aspect is, there is section 14 of the Limitation Act. Supposing you file a case in a different, in a court which do not have the jurisdiction, either pecuniary or the territorial jurisdiction, then the case will not be rejected or dismissed. It will be returned to you with a direction to file it the appropriate court. And the period that is taken away or spent while pursuing a wrong forum with due diligence will be excluded from the limitation, the calculation of limitation. That is the mandate of section 14 of the Limitation Act. And as far as this rejection of appeal is concerned for lack of jurisdiction, our system is a bit better. Supposing an appeal, second appeal is filed in Calcutta, but the appeal should have been filed in Mumbai. What will happen? The system will first generate an objection. This appears to be for Mumbai or Maharashtra. Then the assistant registrar or deputy registrar or additional registrar, whoever in charge, he will study the matter and give a note. If the party accepts it second, then it will be immediately sent to the principal bench. If it is not so, then it will go before the bench, and the bench will give a ruling. And if the bench says that actually this is not a Calcutta bench matter, then I believe it will give the president a क्या कहते हैं, pop-up देगा या request? I mean, how the president will know? It will be reported to him. So the system they will give a. हाँ, that warning they जैसे देते हैं pop-up this. मतलब a notification will go to the office of the president of the GSTAT principal bench, so that the president will pass a formal order sending into the proper bench to be filed and heard. Now these are all things which I was thinking that I should share with you. I hope that you had certain issues that are answered or addressed by my small presentation. A very detailed presentation will be made by Mr. Alok and the young colleague of his. But before that, I want to make before saying goodbye to you. Goodbye तो कहते नहीं Indians, फिर मिलेंगे कहने से. Before I want to, in Mahabharata, there is this one chapter is Gita, where Yuddha Khande, Gita was preached by Lord Sri Krishna to his disciple who has Vishad Yoga. He was not willing to fight, not willing to take off his duties. And if you read Gita, the first stanza, that is one of my favorite actually. That is because my name is there. It says, Dhutarashtra Uvacha, Dharma Khetre Kurukhetre Jujushava Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Ki Makurta Sanjaya. मतलब धर्म क्षेत्र कुरुक्षेत्र में मेरे और मेरे भाई की बेटे जो युद्ध की उत्सुकता लेके खड़े हैं वो क्या कर रहे हैं. But the answer, actual answer, thereafter Sri Krishna ka Sankhya Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, many things are there. But the answer of Sanjay comes in the last sentence. Have you read it? Let me share it. It says, Sanjaya Uvacha, Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna, Yatra Patra Dhanuddhara, Tatta Sri Vijayo Bhutir Dhruva Nitir Matir Mama. उसका मतलब है wherever Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, stands with Arjuna, the skilled archer, there surely abide prosperity, victory, growth, and steadfast righteousness. So I am convinced. That is what Sanjay said. What does Krishna stand for? Krishna stands for the divine wisdom and guidance that we all have. What Arjuna stands for is a disciplined human effort. So both of them, a divine wisdom and guidance and a disciplined human effort, will definitely lead us to success and righteousness. Together we can, and together we'll deliver. Thank you. Jai Jagannath, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for exhaustive deliberations. And as we set stage for the GSTAT, Honorable President, sir, has by and large covered all the issues. And in fact, also we see that the team of GSTAT, led by Honorable President, sir, is also looking at each and every suggestion, each and every issue so minutely. Thank you also, sir, for taking our suggestions from BCC&I and also looking at it. We'll also send you across that officially through mail. Honorable President, sir, has touched upon various points, including the various ease of filing issues and how he himself is discussing regularly with the other members and the GSTN on how filing can be eased. Also on these 2 lakh cases approximately which would be filed in till around June 2026, what would be the strategy of their disposal, including bunching of cases, and also this 1 versus 3B, 2B versus 3B. We all are practicing and we all know that this includes bulk of the cases. So now we know through the right source that this includes 70% of the cases. So all of us have some solace that our cases and issues would be very soon dealt with. Also on the various issues like English translated copy, DSC, digital signatures, etc., uploading certified copies. Sir, one of our suggestions was that also these certified copies, etc. You have very rightly, also pointed out that all of these small glitches and technical issues would not come in the way and would not be rejected. So overall, I think a great coverage and including many of the issues which we over the last few months have been facing while filing. We would take certain questions and to the best extent possible, in case any of the people in the audience. Yes, first you, sir, then you. Yeah, Eka mic kindly.
So the in filing the GSTAT appeal or even the first appeal, the appellant is required to pay a pre-deposit. Now there are various cases, or we have seen that sometimes the demand is so high and it is unjust because the for whatever reason. Now as per the law, the pre-deposit is mandatory. But on the portal while filing, it is showing self-calculation sheet or the High Court order for the reduced rate of pre-deposit. Same case is there in the first appeal also. So whether there is any possibility that the pre-deposit can be waived off or reduced, and how the taxpayer or the appellant approaches that.
Actually, this is a legal question. So whatever I say here, after hearing two parties in the court, may not have any repercussion or binding effect on it. As far as my understanding goes, the tribunal do not have any jurisdiction to waive any part of the pre-deposit that has to be deposited. The other solution, and some of the advocates seek, they go to the High Court and get a order consider there is a waiver of the. I think some state cases like that were there. But as and when this thing come, we'll decide. But as the things stands now, we do not have the jurisdiction.
Okay, we have to have two more questions. Yeah, one more question, two more questions, one from there and one from here. Please, you can ask your questions.
We are aware of that. I knew. We had spent almost a day before finalizing that. That is like may, in the discretion of the tribunal. The tribunal may allow, in certain cases, supposing, जैसे pandemic हो गया था, supposing that there is some situation where the entire portal becomes down for a long period. So in that case, just to keep what you call.
Yes, sir. I understand that.
Yeah, open.
My question is, I have cases where the CGST authority has passed an order manually, and till now I don't have APL 04, and there's a deadlock. Although I have approached them, the initial appeal also had to be filed manually. So in this situation, I have no.
No. You have to file it in online only. उसके लिए एक temporary number generate होता है ना? Please.
Yeah.
You can upload the offline order as an whatever order that you have got as an offline order. There is a facility to upload that and enter those data in the tables that are there, and then you can file the appeal.
I think, sir, there is also a option of without ARN, filing without ARN. So maybe you can look at that.
So without APL 04, I can file, right?
Yeah.
Without
The manual order that you have received under the GST first appeal, that order you can upload, and the details of it you can fill it in the appeal form.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Last question, Sushil ji.
Sir, welcome you to Kolkata. Welcome you to Kolkata. We are really pleased to hear you, sir. Sir, you mentioned that it is an 8-year-old baby, 2-year-old baby gestate. I think this all bench member will be equally considered for the taxpayers because they are.
I could not. But you are not 8 years old.
Why not, sir? We are also implementing GST in 8 year only. We are learning, and believe me, sir, 90% of cases are of the mistakes. not of the fraud. Where fraud are there, we are ready to accept whatever be. But where the mistakes, knowingly or unknowingly, but mistakes are there, sir. Portal was not working in initial years, all we know. It was not working as expected, but mistakes have taken place, sir. Second thing, sir, 264 or some return appeals has been filed, but please try to check how many people are attempting daily basis.
Daily basis.
Attempting daily basis on the portal and they failed.
But,
not able to file.
But we are not getting any request
So this data is there with the port. They can find out how many people tried.
In this case, actually, there is another that will be highlighted by Mr. Alok. Whatever, whenever you are filing an appeal, instead of filing it right online, there is a spreadsheet, Excel sheet. You download it, you fill it out, and then you go to file the appeal. Copy, paste, copy, paste. This is the process that is taken. Actually, we are also, last time I had a talk with Mr. Alok and others, we have decided that we'll make it, the option of auto-population will also be there in a later stage. Actually, what is happening? You are logging into the system and you are trying to type it out in the system itself, which is not only taking a lot of time, also a lot of data, mobile data. But sometimes it locks out. If there is inactivity for some time, it times out, the system times out. Though we have given 15 minutes, times out, okay? Inactivity 15 minutes, but still it happens. So go to the portal, download the e-spreadsheet which is there for filing, prepare your documents first, and then log into system and upload it by copy paste and copy paste.
Thank you, sir, for the advice. I think GSTN will be issuing advisory on this regard.
No, advice. This is on the portal itself. If you
No, some advisories have come and people are not doing it.
नहीं, आज आपको उनका जो nuances और क्या कहते हैं, idiosyncrasies, whatever name call of the portal will be presented by them. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Over to Sharbani.
So since, yes, thank you, sir. Sir, since
There is a question at the last also. Yeah, at the end. At the end, if people one more.
okay, sir, since we are having it online, all the filings, sir, what about the PH, the paper books? It will be all across the online, and the PH will be all online or physical?
अच्छा, this is a very pertinent question. Actually, जो मैं बोला था ना, the system is sui generis. What happened? We are hearing a case involving crores of rupees on anti-perpetrating, and the advocate came and filed 2 big paper books. So I asked him to please give us soft copy thereof, and our system did not take it because at that time the system was taking only 100 pages or 40 MB document. So you have to, suppose you have 600 pages document and 640 page document, you have to break it into 6 or 7 parts and upload it. So the first thing we did, we requested Mr. Alok Kumar and said that 100 pages are not sufficient to make it more. So at the first stage they have increased to 250 pages and 60 MB perhaps. So the system will generate itself. Right now, if you want to file a very bulky document, then it is better for you to break it down to 3, 4, 5 and make it less than 250 pages each, and also mark it accordingly so that there will be no problem. Otherwise, there will be problem.
Okay, and so hearing will be physical only completely?
Eh?
All the hearings will be physical or virtual?
No, we have the virtual hearing facility.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं? थोड़ा माइक.
I have no question, only small prayer. If you know, Lordship, we have a habit at the end to make a prayer. Lordship has given so many observations regarding filing, all these things. My prayer is that should come for a order or circular that will be easy for to follow that our advocate.
We're working on an advisory, but that advisory is internal. That will be given to the registrars of the appeal registrar.
That should come from the principal bench. That is, as soon as it's coming, it is easy for us filing. So many observation Lordship was given. Yes, the Lordship has inherent power. Lordship can do everything. Thank you.
Inherent power to me.
As
151
law is saying, you have a Lordship's power.
Inherent power to the activity justice section 151 of the CPC.
Yes.
It's not there with the
Thank you.
So thank you. So very nice crowd.
Thank you, sir. And now we have a pleasant task to perform. Jalan to please present mementos to His Lordship on behalf of the Bengal Chamber. I also request Mr. Vivek Jalan to please present mementos to other dignitaries on the dais. To Shri Satya Gopal Chattopadhyay, Honorable Member Judicial GSTAT. Shri Ranjan Kumar Sahu, Honorable Member Judicial GSTAT. Shri Somnath Ganguly, Honorable Member Judicial GSTAT. And Shri R. Muralidhar, Honorable Member Judicial Central Customs, Excise and Services Tax Appellate Tribunal. Now I invite Mr. Tarun Gupta, advocate, to please be on the dais for felicitation of His Lordship on behalf of Association of Corporate Advisors and Executive and GST Bar Association. Okay, and also Mr. Sushil Gewalt will please be on the dais for felicitation of His Lordship. Thank you. Now we will take a short break for 5 minutes for the changeover.
ওটা কি ডিস্টার্ব আছে নাকি? ও হ্যাঁ, ও এখানেই ডিস্টার্ব, নিচে ডিস্টার্ব আছে, হ্যাঁ গোড়ায়
I request all the delegates to please be seated so that we can proceed for the next session. I request all of you to please be seated so that we can start the next session. We will start our next technical session, e-filing, understanding the GST appeal filing processes. I request Mr. Alok Kumar, EVP Goods and Service Tax Network, and his team to please be on the dais.
It is not reflected there. So, after a long session by Honorable President, I don't think I have much to say before my colleague Vikas takes us through the walkthrough of the entire filing process, because it is a new system and everybody, including me, is still learning. Though I have designed, but there are very small nuances there in the portal which we come across. And those are part and parcel of any software design that we make. You understand that though it was a long process of setting up the tribunal, about 7 years it took to formalize the process. But software development started only 1 year back. So, so whatever feedbacks we had and whatever feedback we could give to Honorable President, they could incorporate in the rules that were there. And as he said that as and when we file, we go through the portal, the nuances will come forth, and the feedbacks on the base of that, we will develop the system more user-friendly and more accessible to the taxpayer and the tax officers. So I hope some tax officers are also here, and they would be interested to know about certain things that we have on the portal that we will in the detailed walkthrough. So rest your questions till the last, so that after you go through the entire walkthrough by my colleague, so then you can further deliberate on those questions. We can answer those questions then. So as you know that GSTAT is a transparent, efficient, accessible and paperless judicial system. Many times Honorable President has spoken about this. So, and it is also a 24/7 e-filing portal. So the only unique thing that it has is the transparency. The moment any document is uploaded, anything is done on the portal, the stakeholders, the other party, the respondent, and the registry comes to know of it. So gone are the days when you have heard a Dasti order used to go from the GSTAT, and we in the field used to receive it and send our officers for briefing our ARs. So those days have gone. Now it is as soon as something is filed, it goes to the nodal officer, and nodal officer sends it to the jurisdictional officer for the upload of any document by the appellant. So similarly, this is And there are three portions of this entire system. One is the e-filing system. Then there is a case information system, which is the tool available with the registry and the members for deciding the cases, where the listing is done, where the priority is fixed, where it is placed for the members to take hearing. All these are part of the case information system. So our CRM, that is case management, customer relationship management, that is the help desk, caters to these two systems. So whatever problems either registry is facing, or as part of the filing, the tax officers or the taxpayers are facing, they can raise the ticket on the help desk portal. I will request Vikas to also show the portal, live portal, where you can actually do that, log the tickets. So now the stakeholders, you are already aware. For the other two, the GSTN's role is to basically overall manage the entire system. There are two aspects of it. One is the e-courts, which runs inside the court of where the members sit and take the hearing. So that e-courts, we have given tender, and TCL, Tata Corporation Limited, has become one of the, we have selected them for implementation of the e-courts. So whatever AV system and other things are there in the courts are to be developed by them. So we are in the state of readiness. So from 21st, the 17 permanent benches will be starting functioning. They will be taking the hearings. And President, the Honorable President in the principal bench have already started hearing the cases. So we are in the state of readiness, and we will hope that it starts smooth, and small hiccups, whatever comes, we are ready with our team to take care of the changes overnight to develop it. Then as an integration part, which is a very important pillar of this automated system, we have the auto population systems through this, managed through this integration. The GSTN portal, as you are aware, provides a great bit of feedbacks to these forms, whatever APL 04A or 05 and 07. That is the appeal that is filed by the appellants and the officer side, the 07, APL 07. So both of them are auto-populated by the things that are already present in the system. From the time of user registration itself, the credentials of that user, whether it is a taxpayer or the tax officer, or it is the authorized representative. So there, if it is there on the portal at the time of registration, so that activity is already captured, those details are captured in the system. Only the username and password he has to create on the portal. So he need not have to fill their GSTINs or other things which is asked for the user registration. So he has to only make sure that his username and password is built, and then he can log in, and all those credentials are automated into the portal. So from that time, registration time, till the entire journey, life cycle, everything what is available on the portal is there. Whatever what gentleman member asked in that session, so we knew of this, that there are huge number of cases which have been passed offline because of non-availability of the GSTN portal, or maybe some portion of it being the model 2 states which were out of the GSTN portal and having their own applications. So they had not developed those kind of interface where tax officers could file a APL 04 online. So in those cases, we have made a provision that they can upload this offline copy, and that will be taken care of later on. So the metadata, that the tables that has to be filled, those data has to be translated from that offline copy into that form. So the other integration part is the online payment, of course. Bharat Kosh, all the e-court system in India has the fee payment through this Bharat Kosh, and this we have integrated. We can as well as make the payment from the portal. Also, you can go to the Bharat course from other tab and pay there and copy the challan and successfully make the payment over here. So then we have a master directory where all the benches, those are there, and the officers who are there, the nodal officers, the jurisdictional officers, are mapped to a master directory where inter-se communications goes to and forth. So that is the master directory we have. And then for the benefit of the stakeholders, we have given some display boards for the live case status, as you will see in the portal page, which Vikas will show. Then for the members, in fact, members had requested quite early that they should be having a dashboard for analytical insights, so that Honorable President was very keen to know as to which bench is lagging in disposal of the cases, or what is the kind of number of cases that are filed in which bench. So those kind of analytics will provide this is for the members per se. And then we'll have already we are having the cause list, judgments, order details, other things are there. Already it is up and running. So few of the cases some orders have been given, you can see there if you know the case details and all. Then this life cycle, anyway, Vikas will go through it, so I will not go in detail. Only thing I will say that this is the complete thing, we have done it online. Very small details also we have sat through the whole day and tried to capture them in the system, so that no person has to have difficulty in, so that they may have to resort to offline mode. So this entire life cycle consists of 13 milestones. So starting with the user registration, then smart filing is there, e-filing, then payments and receipt, all are auto-populated. Then scrutiny and respondent, we have made all the provision for giving the notices, giving the PH, all the things are there in the system. So the registry will do that. Refiling also can be done on the portal. The moment the registry points out a defect, so that tab will be open for the refiling. So that tab he can change and then change the information if he wants to understand that is a mistake. If he says that, no, I am ready to file with the defect, this defect, so then registry has to list that with the defect before the members, and they will hear it and sort it out. So then the case registration, that is where the stay happens, that is APL 02B, where the registry finally decides that whether to accept this appeal or to reject it. So that time your stay on the liability register, that is on the GSTN, happens. So that is also one of our very surprising element that we had during the discussions in the initial phases when FM announced that on 24th September 2025. So that was why people are not coming to file, because their recovery, the officers are very well allowed to recover that amount from the party. By simply filing them, they can get that recovery stayed. But still, I was very curious to know from the members that why this filing was not being done for the stay on the recovery to happen. Because the moment you file and it is, the registry decides that it is the pre-deposit is okay, so then the stay happens on the liability register. So, so that you may enlighten me in the later part when we have a discussion. So now, as I said, everything including the case proceedings, the listing, everything is given on the portal. You know the status of the case. You have the complete visibility and the transparency as far as the details of the cases that are there on the portal. Then also for the judges, we have given provision to create the self-note. They can create on the, as and when they are hearing the cases, they can create their own notes, and that will help them to pass an order later on. So very small, any suggestions made by their co-members or even some prayer made by the party will be recorded and kept for 1 month, as Honorable President said, so that they can go back and in case any ROM is required to be filed, they may point out to that portion of the maybe their assertion what they have made during the their hearing, that they can point out, and that can be referred to in filing the rectification of mistake application later on, if it is missed in the order. So then, as I said, that there is a GST and ledger connectivity through it. So from the pre-deposit also comes as a auto-populated thing, though it is editable, as already pointed out, it can be edited. And also the plowback, that is the 02B application, APL 02B, after it is accepted, the pre-deposit, so that the liability is also stayed in that case. So this is all integration part. The rest, I will not take much time. I will, these you have already, sir has, Honorable President has already mentioned about them. In the earlier slide also I had detailed. So some unique cases, unique features are there, that you have a case tracking, you have API integration where master directory, cause list, order and notices are through API integrated to the GSTAT portal and the GSTN. Then there is an incident management portal where 24/7 this tickets can be logged in. There is an online documents exchange, what happens in the real time. Then there is a case history and timeline which is available on the portal. Then that's it. So I will request Vikas if you can come and take them through the from entire first stage user registration to the last. And I will take the questions at the end if you allow. Yeah. Thank you. Did not introduce my colleague. He is Mr. Vikas Rawat, and he is from, he is a consultant to NIC. So he was engaged from the first stage itself when we were just having the discussion as to how this portal will be designed and everything. So he was a key person involved in every process. So he knows everything in detail. So you can ask him even the process of how it was developed for inquiry purposes, inquisitiveness. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. So I hope my screen is visible, right? Okay. So this is our e-filing portal for GSTAT. As you can see, the URL is efiling.gstat.gov.in. I hope that's available to all. Now, I'll quickly walk you through the home page of the portal, the landing page. When you enter the URL and when you land on this portal, this portal has a lot of details which is available on the landing page itself, which can help you understand the overall process of filing, e-filing onto the portal, and can also redirect you to the various parts of the portal which will be helpful for you to understand the nitty-gritties and the overall processes which are there inbuilt into the system. It also gives you statistics on the number of users that have been registered, total advocate who have been registered on the systems, total e-filed appeals. So just before half an hour back, I think it was 264. Now we have 265. So filing is ongoing. Total e-filed appeals current month. How many files have been done per month? These are 238 are e-filed applications, basically cases which are anti-profiteering cases which are ongoing within the system. What kind of facilities which sir was always talking about a few minutes back only. What are all the facilities which are provided onto the portal? For your benefit, we have uploaded a lot of module-wise videos as well onto the system. Videos which are related to creation of a user, videos which are related to filing an appeal, filing a reply or a rejoinder, videos which are related to payment, anything which any kind of functionality which has been developed onto the system has been we have tried to capture it through a video and tried to post it on the platform so that you can go through it and understand it better. Apart from it, there are a lot of links which are available over here. Some of them are present at the top as well. I'll quickly talk about two important links which are here. One of them is the Help Center link. So if you click on this link, you are redirected to this section of the website or the portal where you can see there is a e-filing user manual. Apart from the videos, we have created a user manual as well, which is available for you. You can see it. It's an 160-page document, and it walks you through the entire life cycle from coming onto the portal, the registration, the login part, as well as the part where it tells you about what to file, what are the different areas and sections of the portal. So that is in detail, as well as what are the actions that you need to take, what are the key things that you need to keep in mind while you are filing the application or filing the appeal. Another is, as sir also mentioned, that we have integrated this portal with Bharat Kosh for taking the fees, court fees which required to be paid. The pre-deposit payment needs to be done at the GSTN system as only through the ledger, but there is a court fees element that is involved. For this, we have integrated it with Bharat Kosh, and if the Bharat Kosh portal link has also been provided. So in case of provisions, in case there is a challenge with online payment or through our portal, and if you need to make an offline payment, there is a link to redirect to Bharat Kosh offline payment where you can do a payment, download a challan, and publish that challan's details onto the portal, on our portal, and then subsequently proceed to filing the appeal. Right? There is a toll-free number that is provided. There is an L1 help desk which is available, through the business in the business days, through business hours, to help you support with your queries, with your issues which are there. If you have raised a ticket and you are not got a resolution within 48 hours, you can please reach out onto this number and they will help you out, or at least register your grievance and relay it onto the L2 and L3 teams. There is an option to report an issue. If you are facing any issue in accessing the portal, if there is any issue where you are not able to even register, or if you are not able to file an appeal, or some document seems to be missing, you can very well, you don't need to register. You can very well go here, fill out that incident form, select the type of issue, select the type of user category you are. Right? If let's say if you are a DJP or a respondent or a taxpayer, and what is a type of issue you are facing. If it's a technical or administrative issue, even if it's an administrative or judicial issue, we will pass it on to the relevant members of the GSTAT to take a look on. If it's a technical issue, then our technical team will handle it, and it pertains to all the types of sections or areas which are available onto the portal. You can raise anything, if you are facing any issue, in uploading the document, you can, raise that as well. So if you will see, President sir also was talking about this, that initially we had started this portal with 100 pages, but now we are increasing the limit to 250 pages. We were started the, the total size of per document that needs to be uploaded to maximum 20 MB, but now it has been increased to 40 MB. So now you will be able to upload, bulkier files as well. Okay. So once, one more point. Once you have uploaded your, issue, once you have submitted your issue, you will be able to track your issue as well. So you have your, GSTAT incident ID generated. Once you have that ID available, it will be communicated to you through your email and through SMS. And you can, look at it and look at the stage where it is pending. There is a FAQ section as well. In case you have several, some queries which are there. So we have tried to, put all the possible questions around the portal over here in terms of FAQ. Please go through them and you will have more understanding about the portal. Okay. Now the first step when we proceed on to the portal is to register ourselves. So there are 4 types of users that this portal caters to as of now. The first one is taxpayer, another is tax officials, authorized representatives, and any other. So for taxpayer and tax official, registration, it's pretty simple if you see, because as sir also mentioned earlier that we have integrated the portal with GSTN. So what you efficiently need is, GST ID. While you enter here and you put in your CAPTCHA, and it will, fulfill your details. So it will ask for, SMS or, OTP. And once the OTP is received, you will be able to log into you will be able to fetch your details and you will be able to log into the system. So just refreshing the screen. Oh, sorry. This was a production environment. I'll move on to the testing environment for, doing the demo now. Okay, so there is an OTP that would be sent to your registered number. Once you have successfully entered that OTP, all your details will be fetched over here and you will be required to validate your registered email ID that has been there in your account in GSTN. Once that is done and you click on submit, your account will be created. You will receive a username and password on your SMS and email. That would be a one-time password. Once you enter, you will be prompted to change that password to a unique password that you need to keep. And once that is done, you have successfully logged in. So it is as simple as that, it's a 2-step process, validation of mobile number and validation of email ID. That's it. Similarly, if you go and, try and register yourselves as an authorized representative as well, then the process changes a bit. You will have to enter these details in case your registration process, remained incomplete the first time you tried it. You will be able to fetch that data. You will be able to enter it and fetch that data. Whether you are an advocate or a chartered accountant or a cost accountant, you can successfully go over here and you will be able to, register yourself. So you will be able to enter your details and, authenticate your mobile number, email ID. The additional step is that you will need to upload a, valid document, as a proof, and you will be able to register yourself, right? So, somebody told me in the morning that they were facing some issues in the registration, and I checked, on my own this as well, that whether there is actually a problem in registration. So I was able to register successfully. So I'm sure there are issues, because as President Sir also mentioned, there are glitches in the system. But if you'll see, today morning itself, I successfully on the production portal, I was able to create my own login as a taxpayer. As an advocate, and I was able to register myself. Right? So some minor glitches may be there, yes, but our dedicated help desk team is there to help you through. But the system is working. Registration will allow, and if you are able to register, you will be able to successfully log in. Now I'll be logging in as a taxpayer to showcase the functionality of the system. So you require your GST and ID. If you are a taxpayer, this is your your GST and ID would be your username. If you are a tax officer, then you have a BO office login, back office user login. That would be your login. And if you are an advocate, then you would have chosen your own login credential while you've been creating it. So once you start to log in, it asks you to a disclaimer, agree to a disclaimer, which is a standard legal disclaimer as provided by GSTAT. Once you do that, you land onto the e-filing portal, where you can see there are multiple sections available on the left-hand side, and some dashboards and figures which are available at the main screen. On the left-hand side you can see the appellant corner. So if you are a taxpayer and you want to appeal against APL 04, you can go and simply do a appeal filing. You will go and click on appeal filing, and you will be able to file an appeal. In case there is an ongoing appeal which is there and you want to file an application and IA under it, you can go and do an application filing under the ongoing appeal filing. In case you are a respondent, a tax officer has filed a case and you are now going to respond to that, you have to go to the respondent corner. Again, there is filing available within the respondent corner, and you can file a reply or a cross objection from there. You can easily do that. For cases which are ongoing and you want to file additional documents, you want to file a rejoinder, you want to file an annexure, something for which an application is not required, you can simply go and upload additional document for ongoing cases, and you are able to upload the documents accordingly. Previously was also mentioned, Alok sir also talked about refiling. So refiling comes into the picture if there is a case which you have filed and there is a defect that has been marked by the registrar of the particular bench to you, and then those cases will appear here for refiling. You will have to correct that information. It will come along with a PDF file, or SMS will also be triggered to you, where you will be able to see the defects against the checklist that has been submitted. And once you clear the defects, you submit it again, it will go again to the registry for clarification and for registration of the case. Okay. The list of cases, whichever you have filed, whatever appeals you have filed, applications, cross objections, all of them can be, looked at here. If you'll see, this is a test login that we have created. We keep on, doing some testing from here. We'll see that we have filed, so many cases which are in appeal, and all of them are available to you at a single place. You will be able to track it from here. Similarly, for applications as well, whichever applications you would have filed, you want to track it, you can do that from this My Account case. Then case documents. Sir also mentioned there is a single place where you can go and look at all the documents. So if I select here, I can simply go in which case I am a party, and all the documents related to that case, whether it has been filed by me or has been filed by the other party, or the judgments or the orders that would have come out, can be seen at one place here in this particular option. Okay. Then there is transaction history. Whatever court fees has been paid will be visible here. You will have a valid receipt that you can look at and download and refer to if it is required. President Sir also mentioned about digital signature tool. So as Sir mentioned, that when you are uploading your appeal memo or you are uploading a file, you are required to sign it digitally, right? There are 3 mechanisms that have been provided. If you have a pen drive, digital signature available with you, or token digital signature available with you, you can sign the file offline and you can upload the document. In case you don't have it, you can download this e-sign DSC tool that has been provided by NIC. You can download it as per your Windows or Linux or available. And once you have downloaded it on your system, you will have access to e-token, which can be used to sign the PDF which is there. The third mechanism is that you can use Aadhaar e-sign as well in case a taxpayer or a tax officer wants to avail that services. So we have integrated our portal with Aadhaar e-sign as well. Now, moving on to appeal filing. So in appeal filing, there are two options which are available. One is the ARN and CRN available. So as you may be aware, in the first appellate tribunal, there is a unique number which is provided, which is referred to through a ARN or CRN number. That is basically your case number. That number, if you have available, you will be able to fetch data from the GSTN portal itself, and much of your data would be, pre-populated. So, for example, I have an ARN number with me. If I click on it, I will be able to fetch data from the GSTN portal. So if you'll see, this is the GST number, this was the order number, which was the APL 04. This was the order date, 2 Jan 2026. If I select this, I will be able to see all the details which are there. What is the order I am appealing against? What was the original order dates? What was the order ID, period of dispute? All that information gets pre-populated onto your screen, as well as the impugned order. So you can view that impugned order, and you can utilize this impugned order. You don't need to resubmit it in the document upload section, but you can utilize this order. And in case you have a revised order, this is not the last order that was there. Let's say, hypothetically, this was the order that was uploaded onto the system, but after that there was an offline revised order that was, issued by the competent authority. In that scenario, you can mark that this is not the order, and it will allow you to fill in these details and submit it in an offline mode. So somebody, I think in the morning, talked about that, they don't have a ARN CRN available, or they don't have a APL 04 available to them. So in case the APL 04 is not available, that means that APL, ARN CRN online details are not available to you, you can still file a case. You can select whether you are, coming against APL 02 application that was rejected, whether it was the APL 04 order, who was the authority that gave that order, what was the order type, whether it was a demand order, registration, recovery or refund order. Accordingly, you will need to provide details that when was the order issued, date of the original adjudication order, and you will have to upload a copy of the impugned order. So in case if you are going for an order where APL 04 has not been issued, or ARN CRN is not there available in the system. So, for benefit of moving a bit quicker, I have already drafted a case, put in some details. I'll just quickly walk you through this. So here, the details were available to us. We were able to see all the documents which were uploaded. When we confirmed, we have the option to select the act, whether we are going for CGST, SGST Act, or we are going for IGST or CES Act. Accordingly, the particular section will get auto-populated. Because I am filing an appeal, so by default, drop-down showcases me to appeal. This is where, we have to select whether the case being submitted lies under the jurisdiction of the principal bench or not. For this, I think adequate notifications have been already issued, and you can refer the act and rule as well. In case you select yes over here, the case will then be redirected to the specific, to the principal bench, which is, in Delhi. In case you select this as no, then the case will be referred to your particular state bench according to the appellate authority mapping. So there is a jurisdiction tab as well, which talks about whether the case is being filed under a central or state jurisdiction. What is the state or zone of that particular appellate authority? Because I have already submitted this case, so it is not giving me this option. which appellate or revisional authority who had passed this impugned order. So according to your case, according to the ARN, CRN which will be available to you, it will give you that option. So if in case I want, I'll go back and I'll show these options to you through a fresh case. So again, this is a sample case that I have picked up. So these are the options, SGST, CGST, which I talked about. The section gets auto-populated. The case type is appeal, whether it's a principal bench case or not. And here, if you'll see, it gives you the option of selecting the state or central jurisdiction. And if I say center, within center gives you the jurisdiction details, whether it is a case that belongs to Chandigarh, Delhi, Panchkula, Lucknow, which are mapped to particular appellate authorities. Then whether it was passed by a common adjudicating authority or not, and then selecting your appellate authority. So this is really important because there are states where there are multiple benches as well, right? And each appellate authority is mapped to a particular bench, right? So I would request, when you are selecting the appellate authority, please have a look at the order and select the right appellate authority. Because if you select the wrong appellate authority, it would land your case in the wrong bench. And even though there are provisions that will allow you to move it to the correct bench, but there will be definitely days lost in doing that, and it would go as an application to principal bench because there is a bench-related movement that is going to happen, right? So this is where we need to be a bit, more cognizant of the order and its details and select the right appellate authority. And based on the appellate authority, your particular, section will be selected, your particular bench will be selected, and the case will be listed to that particular bench. Once you save and next this particular, tab, there is a reference number which is generated. This is a unique number that has been allocated to this case, unique temporary ID number, and you can, search your cases throughout the portal through this number till the time they are being filed. These are temporary cases, temporary numbers generated only till the time your cases has been filed. Okay. So the next tab is the case detail tabs, and therein, if you will see, we have given options of you to enter the grounds of appeal in brief. You can expand this section as well. You can add prayer, you can add brief issue of the case under dispute. Now this particular tab is something that takes time because you have to put in these details, and Honorable President Sir also mentioned about, there is a facility being provided where an Excel is available for you to download, on the website, for you to prepare this data offline initially, so that once you come on this tab, you can just copy paste that data here. So if you look at it, there is a e-filing template download option available to you. This template is a exact replica of the fields, the screens that we see through the portal while we are filing an appeal. This is the checklist, and if you'll see, these are all the fields that were there in the first tab. That was the order details tab. If I go back and I show you, this is the scenario, like order details. This is the first tab, order details. The next one is basic details. This is the next tab here, basic details. The next tab is case details, as you can see. The next tab here is case details. So accordingly, we have mapped and we have tried to provide you an Excel sheet in which you can collate your data beforehand while you are trying to come and file an appeal, so that once you come here, you are able to successfully copy that data quickly from that particular Excel sheet and put it over here. Subsequently, we are going to launch a facility as well. Where we will try that you can simply upload that Excel sheet onto the platform, and that will populate all the tabs which are available in the system. So that is something also we'll do. Apart from this, case details, you need to enter the category of case. There are all these categories which are being derived from the law, from the rule which is there. all the categories, which are there, you can select. Depending on the category, the subsequent fields may change. So amount involved, which particular GST selection it pertains to, which particular GST rule it pertains to. So that you can select. Then case summary, you can provide what is the issue related to. Again, there is if in case there are multiple issues which are relevant to a case, you can add multiple issues. We have given the option of adding more issues. Similarly, we had given earlier the option of adding more category to cases, right? Then about appellant, you can put in as much information as required about that appellant. And one interesting thing that we have provided, as per the guidance of Honorable President Sir, was to prepare a statement of fact case history. Now, you can draw a chronology of the events that has happened with your case from starting of initiation of your company as well till the first order came, and then there was a first appellate authority that came in. You can draft it in a chronological manner, add as many more details as required, and submit it so that it gives the honorable members and President Sir as well a chance to look at it, look at the entire history of a case in a chronological manner. So that option has also been provided.
So with the advice of Honorable President, we have made this functionality so that members can go through only the brief narration and understand the gist of the case, and they may know the importance of that case, whether how to prioritize it or like that, and then may go through the details in.
Yes, sir.
Sir, chronology. Sir.
Okay. The next are the appellant details that are being fetched from the system itself. It is auto-populated. You don't need to add any more details here. Next is the respondent details. So if a taxpayer is filing this appeal, by default there is a respondent that has been assigned. So there are nodal officers that have been identified across all states, all benches, and those nodal officers, as Alok sir was also mentioning, have been fed into the system. So as you are filing a case, there is a nodal officer that is already assigned to your case, which will act as a one party or one respondent. Apart from it, as many respondents as you like fit or are involved with the case can be entered into the system, and you can put in all their details wherever required. If you put in their contact number details, it is really important. As per the guideline, as per the instructions, we have not made it mandatory as of now. But if you put in their mobile number and email ID, it would be really helpful, because then there will be SMS and email triggered to them, telling them that there is a case or there is an appeal that has been filed under the Honorable GSTAT bench, and they have to prepare a reply or corresponding cross objection has to be filed. So that is something. Even if you don't do that, then a particular nodal officer is going to assign a back office user in the system who is going to file a cross objection or a reply. Next is add representative. So whoever has been registered onto the system as a representative, an authorized representative, be an advocate, CA, chartered accountant, or any other, you can simply type their name, and if they are available in the system, you will be able to see this. In case you don't, in case as a taxpayer you don't understand that, okay, I don't have anyone representing me right now, you can come back later on and add your representatives later as well. But in case you want to do an in-person, as of now, so you can add this in-person option as well. So if you'll search for it, you will have an in-person option available. So you can select in-person and you can save it and move ahead while filing the case. In case you're not able to find the person who is going to represent it here in the list, that person is not registered, there is a delay. So we have ensured it there is no delay that happens while filing the appeal. You select the in-person option and you moved ahead, and you can add your representative later as well. Okay. The next screen is the demand details. These details are being fetched from the GSTN system. Now, as per the type of the order, whether it's a demand order, refund order, or it's an APL 02 registered, case, there will be amounts that will come. This is a table that has been, drafted as per the guidelines or the rules that have been mentioned. You can see that whatever was the determined amount in DRC 07 or, if there was a revision in DRC 08, that amount will be visible over here, along with the disputed amount in APL 01 or 03 and the determined amount from the APL 04. All that will be visible over here under multiple category, whether it was a tax, interest, penalty. In this case, since it was integrated tax, so if you'll see that disputed amount which was there was 500 and the determined amount was 600, right? So we'll confirm these details. That takes us to the next screen where we, against the amount that was determined, demanded in APL 04, we put in the admitted amount in APL 05. Now this is APL 05 that, we are preparing. We enter in the admitted amount in case whatever amount we, enter in, the disputed amount will get automatically calculated. You can enter that amount across categories. In case of integrated tax, because it can span across states, you have that option that you can add more states and provide this information across states. So for example, if it's a case of Delhi and Chandigarh, so you have that option that you divide it, change this to 400 and you put this 100 over here, and subsequently add as many states as required, because it's a matter related to integrated tax. Okay. So once that is done, now you come on to amount exempted or self-calculation, correction. So as somebody also raised this question earlier that, the pre-deposit amount, since it's coming, already from the GSTAT system, why we have given this option of amount exemption or self-calculation correction. So as Honorable President Sir already pointed out that there are certain cases where some waiver has been provided by the High Court, Honorable High Court. But apart from it, there may be an instance that the calculation that is being derived, because there are a lot of systems where APL 04 is not existing in the system, or let's say even ARN, CRN is not existing in the system. In those scenarios, it is really difficult for us to also understand that what is the pre-deposit amount, whether it was calculated correctly from the system or not. So just to ensure that it does not hamper, your appeal filing, or it does not, becomes a roadblock, it was instructed that we give that option at least for now, at least for initial few days, for you to provide your own amount. That okay, even though the system calculated amount may be 1,000 rupees, but as per the calculation by us, or as per the actual calculation by the order, the amount, the determined amount comes to 800 rupees, and out of that 800 we are admitting, let's say 700 or 500, and the disputed amount remains 100 or 200 rupees only. And accordingly we have done that pre-deposit amount into the GSTN ledger. So that is what we are trying to say. And in case you have a complete waiver, if you have, there are cases, we have seen cases from where they have complete waiver of pre-deposit from High Court. You can enter 100% and you don't need to pay any, amount as pre-deposit in GSTN ledger, and you will be able to move to the next screen. Okay, so here we look at payment confirmation from the GST portal, but as you can see, I had requested for 100% waiver. So it is saying that your pre-deposit payment is confirmed and please proceed for appeal fee payment. Okay. So now as we proceed to the next step, we are, as I initially said, we are integrated with Bharat Kosh as the mode of payment. You can look at Bharat Kosh, and there is a user guide that we saw initially in the instruction manual. That user guide has been uploaded here as well. And in case this online mode of payment is not working, because it's an online portal, there are chances that the payment gateway is down, internet at the networking site is not working well enough, there is a mode of entering that Bharat Kosh offline payment details as well. As I said earlier, Bharat Kosh gives you two modes of payment. One is online through this mode, another is offline, where you go specifically to the Bharat Kosh portal, make your payment there, download the challan, and you will be able to upload the challan related details over here. So I'll just put in some sample details here. The fees, as per the guidelines from the rule and the act, the fees is being auto calculated, and you will have to pay this much amount. Okay. So once I do that, I proceed to the next screen. So our payment is done successfully. And you come onto this page where now you need to upload the documents, right? And as I said earlier, that there are three options available. Submit with the external DSC utility. If you already have a digital signature token with you, you can sign the documents offline and you can upload them over here. You don't need to submit it, sign it over in the portal. In case not, then you will have to submit it through this portal itself. So it will show you the sample upload file that I'm going to submit. So it will show you all the documents if you have already uploaded or the documents that are being fetched from GSTN. So if you can see this document I just uploaded right now, detailed appeal to GST Appellate Tribunal, it is giving me an option to delete this document in case I have uploaded the wrong document. There are two documents which were available in the GSTN portal itself, which through integration, we have brought here, like the case management appeal that was there. This is GSTL APL 04 and the case management appeal order. So both these documents through API we are able to fetch, and they are already auto uploaded onto the system. You don't need to upload those documents. Whatever documents now required to be uploaded, you need to upload those documents only. So this is the exhaustive list of documents which is there, and again we keep on revising this list in case we need to include more documents as per the rules or as per the advisory that is provided to us. So since I mentioned there that I have a High Court waiver, so I had to upload this High Court orders or self-calculation sheet, as well as I did not make any payment, online payment. So I'll have to, upload a challan as well here. Okay. So court fees. And once we have uploaded the relevant document, okay, we've talked about an affidavit as well. Okay, based on the conditions which are there, and some of the cases where we have entered some data, it is asking for some additional proof of documents. So if you have that handy, you will be able to upload all those documents quickly. But this is like a test environment, so we have made some changes to it so that we are able to test that all the data which is required to be uploaded, if it's not present, we are able to upload it and provide it to the registry so that your scrutiny is successful and your case gets listed quickly. So it will keep prompting me, telling me what are the missing documents that we need to upload. What was the document type? 1013. So every time you upload, it will give you a view as well of the document that you are uploading. So that would be helpful. Sorry, what was the document? No, pre-deposit. Okay. Okay, so I have uploaded, I think, most of the documents which were required, and now I move on to the checklist which is there. So this is the checklist which is available to the scrutiny reporter and the assistant registrar and registrar, and this is the checklist they will be looking at while they are evaluating the appeal that has been filed, whether there are any defects available or not. Barring few, technical defects which Honorable President Sir also mentioned, that will be, let go. If there are any, defects related to substance only, those will be, put into defect. You can provide your inputs, as well as you will have to check in whether all these are meeting the criteria as per in the appeal. If you have any comments, you can also do that. There is a possibility that something is not related to your case which is there in the checklist, you can select NA and move ahead. Right? And if you have any justification, you can provide that as well there. So once you move on to the next step, this is your draft APL 05 that is generated by the system now based on the information that you have entered. So if you'll see, this is in the format that has been prescribed in the rule, in the act, and all that information, whatever information you entered will be available to you. You just can review that information. If you need, you can go back and modify any information if required. This is sort of a preview which is available, and based on this information, you will be able to submit this with a digitally signed mode, whether it's an external DSC utility, or you are submitting with NIC DSC utility, or you are submitting with Aadhaar based utility. Right? And this is the final step of appeal filing. Once you have done that, once you have submitted your case, this document APL 05 signed copy, digitally signed copy, you will be given a receipt that will be auto-generated on your system, and it will have all the details and a unique diary number or a filing number, 16-digit number that will be provided to you, which you can utilize to track your case across the multiple stages that it goes through. So this is the entire system of filing an appeal. And in case you want to look at all the cases which are e-filed right now, all that list come over here in the dashboard. You can go to e-file cases tab. There you can also see what are the cases which are under scrutiny. So you can look at the defect sheet as well, that what are the defects that were raised on the system. What are the cases which have already been registered. So all that details as well is available over here. So I think with this, sir, we...
Sir, do we also show the registry part or filing only? So then...
If the registrar finds any fault...
Because I found some registrar over here also, sir.
नहीं उनके लिए अलग
Sir, we can create conduct a separate demo for them, sir.
उनके लिए अलग डेमो हो रहा है वो तो they are on the they are what do you call in a system of on the job training. As and when the situations arises, they are being trained. So anything done by the register which affects the taxpayer or the SSC, you can.
So that I've talked about the refiling, that if there is a defect that has been raised, it will come in the refiling order. There is also, as per the directions of sir, there is an, in the notices section, there is an e-filing advisory also which has been put up. So sir was mentioning earlier that there is a e-filing advisory. So if you can look at this advisory and you can see, sir was also mentioning this offline draft filing sheet. This is also, mentioned over here. And some basic guidelines have been, provided that can be looked at while, preparing your appeal offline before you move on to file it online. And as I was saying earlier, this detailed user manual is also provided, covering each and every screen which is there on the portal. And there are, dedicated videos which are there, which, you can look at. Yes, sir. Sir, these are the videos. So if you want, you can simply click on any one of them. It will take you to this. You can click on these videos, and these are very short module-wise videos that we have created, so that we ensure that it's not a long video, complicated video, and it's a breakup. So whatever functionality you are taking up, you can, in case you are doing registration, you can look at the registration video first, understand the registration process, and then subsequently you can take up other videos as well. So audio I think is not connected, so it's not coming right now, but if you'll see, it has a voiceover as well, which will help you understand this. So audio
It's okay.
Okay, that's fine, I think so. So I think so. That should be enough. Any questions, queries on this? That's fine. Audience. Sure.
Yeah. I have a question. Good afternoon. So this portal will be working for entire India, one portal, right? I mean, what?
Yeah, it is a unified portal.
So what about the for taxpayer? Because
as he showed, he has to select the jurisdiction where he wants to file, in which bench. So that will be prompted.
I think the username will be the GSTN of the company, right?
Yes. Yes.
So I have one suggestion to President Sir, because in the case of large companies, basically we are also registered in almost all the states in India. So whether this facility can be given where PAN level we can log into the system and see what are the cases and when we have the hearing and what is the progress.
This question actually has already arisen in a case arising out of Odisha, which is being taken us by us in the principal bench. The appellant is actually a company, and the name of the company is selling construction services and something like that. But when the appeal was filed, it was filed by one of its directors, and she perhaps used the DIN number that is allotted to her in her personal capacity or as the representative of the company. So the appeal is now registered as in his personal name versus the name of I think the name of the proper officer has come. This we have already discussed this matter with the technical team. We are finding out. For the time being, what I am doing, I am going the traditional way. Whenever there is an order sheet, I say that such and such company represented by the director, उनका नाम लिख देंगे versus हमका the Chief Commissioner GST Odisha and जो उनका नाम जो we are also not very sure about whether the name that is coming out in the respondent is the proper officer, the original officer, or the appellate officer. So this has to, you have to look into it.
Sir. We'll note. We have noted, sir. Yeah. Yes.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, actually now this GSTAT has been formed, as Honorable President sir told, that out of 128 members, 91 members have already joined. So there will be a tendency that high courts will remand back the cases to tribunal. So whatever pre-deposits we have paid during the pendency of a writ petition, so now automatically should be considered as a pre-deposit. Now GSTAT rule also says that. So when we will be filing the appeal, when it will be remanded back, so how the pre-deposit will be recognized? Whether the GSTAT will create an auto-recognition system of this pre-deposit with the High Court registry?
As it was shown that there is a column where any exemption or any self-calculation seat he has mentioned. So he will upload that High Court's order where he was directed to remand back that case. And then he can make that adjustment in that column, the bottom column where percentage of exemption of pre-deposit was he showed. So, and the scrutiny, at the time of scrutiny, the registrar will see that the payment he has made and this was the High Court's remand order. And if he wants to contest, if the registry wants to contest, then he may give a notice to that person that this amount is not sufficient for the pre-deposit and you need to pay more, and he may reply to it. Even if he does not, even if the appellant does not agree with the registrar view, he may list with the defects before the members to take a decision.
Thank you.
Sir, after the appeal is filed online before the Honorable Tribunal, is there any requirement to file additionally hard copies of those appeal and the papers?
No, if the appeals are already there, then hard copy is not required.
Okay. So, because why my question arose is in view of Rule 19, it says that the registrar will endorse each of the copies of the appeal. So, what does that endorsement mean then?
That is digital, I think, endorsement. That is there in the, when the registry accepts that case, that is a digital endorsement itself.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Actually, the basic ambition of the entire act to make both the filing of GST returns as well as the dispute resolution, both at the first appellate stage and the second appellate stage, to be totally paperless. Now, please don't harbor any doubt that you are required to file documents in physical form, like in paper documents. There may be tendency, it is very difficult to overcome our age-old practice of looking into papers before giving a judgment. So please, my request to all the tax professional, then even if I ask you to give a physical copy of your paper book, please don't provide it to me and say that, sir, it is available in the portal, go and read it. We are not going to give any paper to you. Because once you start giving papers to the members or to the president, then it is so addictive, just like some kind of nasa. It is better to have look into the paper, easier to handle, easier to digest, and nobody will go to the portal to decide cases. So, sir, I have no doubt, don't file any paper. I'll advise you not to purchase paper yourself.
There is a question on the fees to be filed. I think the presentation was there. So there is a question that calculation on this page is wrong and it shows a higher side, that is 25,000. In place of proper amount, as my demand was 5,01,300 and the amount should be 5,000 rupees, but it shows 25,000 rupees. In such case, he is saying complaint lodged but not resolved till now. So what is the next step he can take, sir?
He can reach out to us, he can write to GSTN or and this one citing the number, and we'll, if you may share with us the ticket number, we may look into.
Sure,
we can do. Because this seems to be a technical glitch in that, because his contention and what the calculation, what it has been done by the portal is different.
Because the calculation is done as per the rules only. So in case there is a problem, maybe technical glitch into the system that it is calculating it wrongly for one or two cases, then we can take it. If they have submitted a query on the ticket management portal, we will address it for sure.
Okay, so we'll reply accordingly. One more is there. Mobile number originally updated in July 2017 is appearing on the GSTAT portal and OTP is going there, whereas new mobile number updated later on is not appearing.
So this mobile number, was it updated on the GSTN registration portal?
Yes, that is what it seems.
Okay.
So that original mobile number is updated.
There must be some database wrongly reflected in the table which has been integrated. Sir, he had one mobile number.
So that this is also an issue.
So since it is auto-populated from GSTN portal, so maybe some wrong data might have populated there. So is there a provision to change the mobile number?
Sir, there is a provision to change the mobile number in GSTN. If it gets updated,
GSTAT portal,
not in GSTAT portal, because we are taking the mobile number and email ID of the taxpayer and tax officer from the GSTN portal itself.
So raise a request to GSTN as well.
I can propose another thing. Like, you have a software called Truecaller ID. You can have a new system for yourself, either Truecaller ID or something. Before you use any number or upload any number, first test whether it is actually corresponding to the original original applicant who has registered this.
Sir, I will suggest that taxpayer to log a ticket in the GSTN portal as well.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't know if supposing a message goes to him in the telephone number and it is not delivered to him. It may be so happen that उनका email ID भी change हो गया होगा.
उन्होंने वो बोल रहे हैं कि they have made the amendment in the GSTN portal.
Yes.
So that was not reflected in the GSTAT portal when he was filing. So
yes. So
make a request to GSTN portal as well. We will look in both the sites whether and tag this application also, this GSTAT functionality what wrong. So that screenshot you should place there, and we will look into that.
No, sir, GSTN portal, like what I understand from the query, in 2017 July, there was a mobile number.
So that mobile number he has updated later on.
He has updated, say, in 2020.
But it was not reflecting in the GSTAT portal. That
Yes.
is what he is saying.
Yes.
So raise a ticket at GSTN portal saying that this number which was he has updated in the GSTN portal is not fetching in the GSTAT portal. So place
Okay.
a screenshot of GSTAT in that, and then through the GSTN site we will look into this issue.
Sure, we'll reply accordingly.
Thank you, sir, for the kind demonstration. Now I request Mr. Vivek Jalan, our chairperson, to please be on the dais. We have a pleasant task to perform. I request Mr. Jalan to please present a memento on behalf of the Bengal Chamber to Mr. Alok Kumar, EVP Goods and Services Tax Network. I also request Mr. Rajarshi Dashgupta, Member Fiscal Affairs and Taxation Committee of the Bengal Chamber and Executive Director and Head of Indirect Taxes Acquilaw, to please be on the dais. I request Mr. Dasgupta to please present a memento on behalf of the Bengal Chamber to Mr. Vikas Rawat. Thank you. We will take a short break of 2 minutes for the changeover. I request all the delegates to please be seated so that we can proceed for the next session. We are running behind the schedule, so I request all of them to please be seated. I now request the dignitaries for the next session, GSTAT, GST Department's perspective, to please be on the dais. Dr. Uma Shankar, IAS, Commissioner, Commercial Taxes, Directorate of Commercial Taxes, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Vivek Jalan, Chairperson, National Fiscal Affairs and Taxation Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Partner Tax Connect Advisory Services LLP. Mr. Madhav Chandra Mishra, IRS Commissioner, CGST and CX South from CBIC. And Mr. Joyjit Bonik, Additional Commissioner of Revenue and PRO from Directorate of Commercial Taxes, Government of West Bengal. I request Dr. Uma Shankar to please deliver the opening remarks for the session.
A very good afternoon to all. Honorable President, GST Appellate Tribunal, and my dear colleagues and Commissioner Central GST and Vivek Jalanji and my colleague and other dignitaries. So first of all, it is a great honor for us to have the Honorable President in our city of joy, Kolkata, and it is our pleasure to host you also, sir. So I hope you are enjoying our hospitality, and we are much delighted to receive you as well as host you, sir. And with the help of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, this is a wonderful interaction between you and our stakeholders of the state as well as the department. It's a great opportunity for us also. Sir, as you are aware that the state tribunal also is almost ready. The infrastructure has been made almost 1 month back, and all the structures are ready. We are hopeful to receive our members on 21st January. And from our side also, the technical members are yet to be appointed. The search cum selection committee already has shortlisted their names and everything. So we are hopeful that it will be finalized within a few days of time, and we are hopeful that the tribunal can function from latest or earliest by the February or March onwards. So we are hopeful, and we are taking all coordination steps with the central authorities as well as state authorities also, sir. And sir, just one small information we can. So as we are all aware that, sir, we are also eagerly waiting for functioning of the tribunal. So from the state perspective, I can say that we have a recoverable dues of almost 8,000 crores. In the lot, 8,000 crores as of now, sir. So that is the amount. It's also recoverable, whether we may get that much amount or not. But at least that will come to a conclusion. Then we can also rectify our books, the government books. It is for the states and central also. So we are also very eager to functioning of the tribunals. That will help the states exchequer also, and that can relieve the stakeholders also from their burden of getting the verdict and all. So with this message, so with the kind permission of the Hon'ble President, and the panel is open for the discussion and to hear the questions or any opinions from the audience also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for joining in Bengal Chambers event. Also, Honorable Commissioner, sir, Mr. Mishra, Honorable ADC, sir, Mr. Bonik. So, sir, you have given us one more statistic. Honorable President, sir, has given already statistics, which is very important for the taxpayers, chambers, and the ecosystem to understand. Actually, Bengal Chamber and any Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it acts as a bridge between the taxpayers and the department. And the GSTAT, the taxpayers as well as the department, both are the parties, so it is very important to have these statistics. Now, 5.82 lakh appeals have been filed before the first stage. Out of that, Honorable President has given a ballpark, I mean, and how many would be around 2 lakh or so, maybe coming over to the GSTAT. And now CCT sir has given that almost 8,000 crores is stuck up in disputes at stages. So with this, Mishra sir, I would like to come to you that on the CGST department's front, could you give us any statistic that from the CGST department, what is the kind of pendency, how many appeals have been, how many orders have been passed against the department, and approximately how many orders the department is going to file an appeal in the tribunal?
Honorable President, GSTAT, honorable members, distinguished guests on and off the dais, a very good afternoon. We are compiling the data as of now, but as of 31st August 2025, we are having 64 cases. And coming to appeals at the first stage, that is with Commissioner Appeal and JC Appeal, 6,800 cases are lying with filed by the taxpayers and around 880 cases by the department. So if we will consider 50% of those cases to be decided and later to be filed with the GSTAT at the second appeal, So nearly 3,500 to 4,000 cases may come.
Okay, only from
In the Kolkata zone, sir, I'm speaking about Kolkata zone, sir. No, sir, zone, sir. Yeah, entire zone, CGST, sir. Entire state, sir. No, only Kolkata.
Say in Bengal only, Kolkata only 6,000 cases pending.
No, sir.
And nationwide 5,82 cases have been filed.
Sir, it includes Siliguri, Bolpur, Durgapur, entire Kolkata zone means West Bengal, sir.
Then we have to go back and again re-examine the figures. These figures, actually what they have, and Mr. Alok, can you tell how the figure was arrived at?
The number of APL 01 that were filed and in the system, and APL 04 that was there. So on the basis of APL 04 that was there in the system, we arrived at this figure, sir, for which it is in the database, GST database. 82,000, yes, sir. So considering that most of the first stage appellate authority orders are pro-revenue orders, so we first arrived at this figure that almost 80%.
Why it is pro-revenue order?
Sir, because they are part of the department, so mostly it is revenue driven, sir. I being an officer of revenue side, so I know this is the tendency of the officers.
So that is good clue to the judicial and technical members sitting here to how to decide cases.
right. Thank you, Alok sir. In fact, this is our point many of the time, our representation point from the taxpayer side. So coming to you, Bonik sir, I mean from the SGST side, although CCT sir has already said that the amount involved, but the number of cases?
Actually, we have data for the period of 24-25 and 25-26. And till date, for 24-25 and 25-26 clubbing together, we have disposed almost 11,000 appeal cases. But out of these 11,000 appeal cases, and the cases which where the appeal is rejected, that is goes against the appellant, or where appeal is confirmed, that segregation is not available. So it is very difficult for us that out of these 11,000 cases that has been disposed during these last 2 years, how many cases will be filed before the appellate tribunals?
Okay. So, sir, just extending this, what is the department's preparedness? Because department also, although till 30th June, as already Honorable President sir has said, that it is nothing is time barred. But after that, I think department also has to file the appeal within 180 days, 6 months. So, how is the department's preparedness on the filing of the appeal part?
Filing from the department depends on the order which has been passed by our appellate authority. And that process is going on, that we are reviewing the order of the appellate authority, in which cases the department should file appeal before the appellate tribunal. But that has not yet been finalized.
Okay.
Yes, sir, just for the perspective, so we do some internal control mechanism. Our senior officers, we randomly select which are the cases the appeal were 100% accepted, or more than 70% or 60% is the amount got reduced. That means it's against the department's interest. So those kind of files we are taking and we are scrutinizing in our senior level officers. Some set of officers are there, like special commissioners. So there we come across around 25% of cases which are in this category. It needs revision. So that is the just a thumb rule data. Around 25 to 30% cases we have found that might be the officers had some lack of interpretation or any other legal issues, not the factual issues. So that's why whichever cases went in favor of the taxpayers, out of that almost 25%, that is a simple.
Litigation, and you can shed some light on the litigation policy of West Bengal. I mean, up to Supposing 25,000 or 1 lakh is involved, there's no point in going to this first appeal, second appeal stage and wasting time and money. So you have certain...
so as such, sir, we don't have any policies, sir, but it's a...
young man, you should start.
Yes, sir, we will obviously, sir, we will take note of your
क्योंकि देखिए,
idea, sir, and we will
in the Indian justice delivery system, the biggest litigant is the government. It may be the central government or the state government. And 95% cases they are in tax cases, all the cases they are. So if you have a tax litigation policy,
yes, sir,
then below this we will not file any appeal. Then it becomes very less burdensome.
Right.
Yes.
yes, sir, obviously, sir,
As per this, we are handling central excise and customs cases at tribunal. There, the litigation policy is very, very clear. Now, recently it has been revised to 60 lakhs in case of central excise and 60 lakhs in case of service tax and 50 lakhs in case of customs. This has been continuously being increased. It used to be 1 lakh or 2 lakhs earlier. Slowly it became 10 lakhs, 25 lakhs, and now for High Court also it's 2 crores, and then for Supreme Court it's 5 crores. So that's what Honorable President was telling. Basically to reduce the litigation cost of the government, basically.
Yes,
so, sir, it must be there in place here also in the tribunal. Somebody said that it's already there, Mr. Jalan.
Yeah, so there is a national litigation policy
Correct.
from which this is borrowed. So maybe CCT sir can
what I'm asking
examine
is,
whether state...
For our tribunal also, GSTAT also it must be there.
In my... Yeah, GST also. They have borrowed it from the national litigation policy. There is a circular
so
also.
As it is applicable for state government also, no? Is it like that will not be applicable for them? It should
Yeah, the circular is by the CBIC and state government has to mirror the circular again. So that needs to be seen, sir, whether it has been mirrored or not.
It's not actually, sir, this kind of policies, sir, it's not binding. Sometimes our government also, they take some different view. So we are yet to adopt that policy.
The central government has already implemented for the, means
Yeah,
whatever
CBIC,
is available
yeah.
for CSTAT has already been implemented for GSTAT. Okay.
Right,
That's,
sir.
at least that
Right,
much of burden is reduced at least for the tribunal members to take care of those cases.
Sir. So, Mishra sir, I would come to you. Now, from the two things actually, and also to CCT sir, you. First is on the CGST side, I mean, how is the preparedness to file those appeals? And number two, sir, what I was, in fact, since today was a seminar, I was reading the Act more in detail with regard to this. There is a section 112, subsection 3, which states that even the CGST commissioner, on advice of the SGST commissioner, can file an appeal. So, what can be the protocol in this respect? So, first is your preparedness, sir, from the CGST and this process.
Coming to preparedness, already the GSTAT rules have been notified. Honorable members have been appointed and they are taking charges on 21st January. Our GSTAT e-court portals have been launched. Then coming to the office building, a 4-floor, 25,000 square feet of space have been taken on the BSNL office, Alipur, and the office has already been set up. So we are fully prepared, all set to go.
Great. And sir, so this 112.3, I mean, maybe this process is still to be implemented, but in case anything has been implemented?
No, we will discuss it out. And as per the government's policy, government will come out with some policy not for only one state, it will between the center and all the stakeholders, all the states. So, then we'll look forward for that.
Right, sir. So, I think it is in the process that. So, and now the question which I think many of the taxpayers and professionals may be waiting for, sir. The nature of the demands which the departments, SGST and CGST both, may wish to contest. You have already answered, sir, that where there is a legal issue, or where there is an interpretation issue. But like there can be various pockets. In the morning, sir, Honorable President sir has said that 70% of the appeals would be in that issue of 1 versus 3B, 2A versus 3B. So again, another one very big issue in GST is 16(2)C cases, sir, where the supplier does not pay the tax to the government and the recipient is burdened with it. Now, again in 16(2)C, there have been various judgments, sir, like LGW Industries, Calcutta High Court only, it has been upheld by various other judgments, that in case the supplier's GSTIN is cancelled retrospectively, then it has to be seen that as on the date when the purchase was made, whether that was yea or not, active or not. So in those cases, what is the department looking at? Mishra sir, and then CCT sir and Monique sir.
These are all technical, detailed cases, correct? So we will always go by the merit of the case to safeguard the government revenue. That is our motto. So that details, technical things will be looked at that time.
Right, sir. Sir?
See, there are verdicts from various Honorable High Court in favor of RTP, even though the retrospective cancellation will make some benefit of doubt to the RTPs. But there are other verdicts also. The supply has to be supported or proved in some other manners also. So, as rightly Mr. Sir told, so it should be a case-to-case basis. It's not that we will go and appeal for each and every cases.
Right. So no bunching of the cases in this, at least from the department side. So, Monique sir,
Yes,
anything?
yes. What both the sir has told already, I also agree on the same view. I take the same view that there are divergent rulings. What Mr. Jana said that in case of LGW or Suncraft, the Calcutta High Court has, and at the same time, I think you are all aware of that. The Honorable Patna High Court in the case of Asta Enterprises have categorically held that tax has to be paid by the supplier for availing of credit, input tax credit. So divergent ruling is there. Still, what Sarah said, that will be decided on case-to-case basis and depending on the merit of the cases and actually whether the transaction is actually bona fide or not. That would be the moot question that has to be decided.
Right. So, overall, I think the takeaway from this short session we wanted to have is the department's perspective. Overall, I think we have got a very good view of what the department is thinking of because it will impact the taxpayers. Number one is department is fully prepared for filing their appeals. Of course, these technical glitches apart. And number two is that every case which has gone against the department, that would be seen on a case-to-case basis and there would not be any so-called, looking at all the cases under the same blanket. And taxpayers, I think we also have to be prepared that whenever the department files the appeal, then we must be prepared, we must also be very vigilant to review it and what are the issues involved and file our replies or memorandum of cross objections. So thank you, sir, for sparing time on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have a pleasant task to perform. I request our chairperson to please present mementos on behalf of the Bengal Chamber to Dr. Uma Shankar, sir. To Mr. Madhav Chandra Mishra. And to Mr. Joyjit Bonik. We will now move to our next panel discussion. So we will take 2 minutes for the changeover. Before that, I request for a group photo with all the speakers. Photographs. Yes, sir. We have a setup over here.
And who is the driving force behind it? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next panel discussion is on legal and other points of taxpayers on rollout of GSTAT. I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Surya Prakash BS, Program Director from Dux Society, Bangalore, to please be on the dais. I request all the panelists also to please join. Mr. N.R. Badrinath, Chairman, Indirect Taxes, Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and partner Singhvi, Dev and Unni LLP. Mr. Rajarshi Dasgupta, Executive Director, Head of Indirect Taxes from Aquila.
Thank you for this opportunity. Excellent session. I hope the hunger for more information and perspectives is matching your hunger for lunch. I know we are encroaching into lunchtime. So thank you so much, Honorable President, sir, for your initiatives and your guidance to building what is going to be such an important institution in the development of India. This is a very unique institution. We seem to see this as just another tribunal. It is the first time that the union and state governments have pooled together their adjudication rights. So it is almost like a high court in the sense of pooling together adjudicatory rights. I come from Daksh. We have put together some thoughts drawn from experts from various fields, from our coalition for GSTAT, and I'm so happy to see that many of the ideas have found their place, because it's not easy to bring ideas to reality. Sir, once again, congratulations for bringing in so many ideas into reality. If I may say so, much more needs to be done, but I'm sure with your leadership and guidance it will be achieved. Having said that, I want to just go right into the meat of the things without, on the formalities of introducing the panelists, well known. If I may request Badri to first give his thoughts. I'm sorry, I'm going to call him Badri. We know each other for a long time. What are the precautions that you think taxpayers should take while filing? Have you filed anything from your practice? What did you notice are some of the things that the taxpayers should be mindful of when filing these appeals?
Very good afternoon to all of you, and yes, I echo everything what Surya mentioned. Congratulations, sir. Many, many congratulations. All of us are looking forward to the 21st, actually. So, getting into your question on what are the precautions. We have, our office, we have registered. We have not yet filed any appeals. I think one of them asked saying, I want to understand why people have not filed appeals till now. Sir, we are going a little slow, maybe simply because, like sir mentioned, yes, sir. We are waiting possibly for the last over of the match. So, just that there is no other reason from our side. But having said that, sir, maybe one or two challenges we definitely faced were, but yes, one more thing I'd like to mention is we went through a similar process of how to file, the entire procedure of filing through the GSTN itself at Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Mr. Manoj Tuli actually walked us through. But yes, Okay, yes, sir. He walked us through the session, so it was wonderful. But I see quite a few changes, rather improvements from what we did.
Our all credit goes to Honorable President.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Sir,
team, actually Mr. Manoj Tuli, was working as a director of the NIC, I believe. After his retirement, just 1 year back he retired. His services was taken by GSTAT as a senior consultant. Now Mr. Tuli is in a happy state that he has moved into his own house and he's on leave. That's why he's not come. Although that's why Mr. Olok has come. And it is a constant dialect between the GSTAT one side and the GST and NIC team other side. It's a kind of tug of war, and the result.
Yes, sir. I'll just take this opportunity to kind of endorse what Mr. Alok said. Sir, everything depends on how the top is, frankly. I've heard you a couple of occasions. Today is third or fourth time I've heard you. The approach, as in you want to hear us out in terms of how it can be improved, that makes a huge difference, sir. That definitely makes a huge difference for all of us sitting here. Maybe on terms of the filing, the precautions, Surya, that you were mentioning, one, I wouldn't say not really a precaution in its real meaning, but there may be cases where, we have had multiple SCNs which got converted into a single OIO and multiple OIOs which have got converted into a single OIA, as in the first appeal. In those cases, please keep in mind, it is not, the number of appeals that we have to file is not linked to the number of OIAs, but it is linked to the number of OIOs. As in the original assessment order that is there, order in original, every single order in original should have a separate appeal. While it may have got clubbed into a single appeal at the first appeal stage, but I would say that it should be number of appeals, so please keep that in mind. Then the other important thing is, the signatures are online. We are used to kind of signing by hand, preparing some 500-page document and, filing it, but that is not the case. Everything has to be digitally signed. I think sir mentioned about one example where, there is a question I think somebody raised where it is going to a wrong number. So please make sure your email IDs and numbers, the mobile numbers are appropriate on the GSTN portal, because that is what is going into the GSTAT portal. Sir, I'm a very big believer of, analytics, or how we can kind of intelligently use the data that is there. I think GSTN has done everything possible, the GSTAT has done everything possible in this regard, because more than half of the information that goes into filing is by way of drop-downs. While I've, in different circles, sir, I've heard saying, look, appeal cannot be filed through drop-downs. I mean, you're curtailing the way I kept the filing of appeal, but I believe otherwise. Not because you're sitting here, sir, but truly I believe the otherwise. Because the minute it is filed through drop-downs, there is so much more analysis that can be done out of it, categorization or bucketing them into different ways. That is one thing. So be careful while you are selecting from those drop-downs. That is one precaution that you should take. A synopsis of the appeal that we are filing is a very, very, very critical piece. Synopsis is nothing but, we've always followed that for the last maybe 7-8 years in my experience. Even when we go to the state VAT tribunal or the GSTAT, we carry a synopsis. Even when we go to a normal assessment hearing, we carry a synopsis. It's nothing but a statement of facts, how the computation has kind of happened, what your grouses are, what your allegations, what your grounds are. And it becomes extremely important. This I would call it a precaution only. When you're filing an appeal, it is not just about the facts of the case and what are the grounds that we are taking. Also, please keep in mind how you want to look at the issue that you are raising before the tribunal, whether it is documentation related, whether it is interpretation, legal issue that you are raising, whether it is computation related, or whether it's simple fact misunderstanding. My business was misunderstood. The documents that I furnished were not considered. So let's kind of, my sincere suggestion is for all the taxpayers is that if we are able to bucket our issues that we are raising before the tribunal into these, it will make a huge amount of difference. Yes, sir, very reassuring, sir, from your side. Sir, mistakes are bound to happen, sir. Mistakes are bound to happen, you know. Like otherwise we possibly didn't need a GSTR 1A today. We didn't need a GSTR 1A. Mistakes are bound to happen. So I'm sure there are going to be problems. But yes, thank you very much for that reassuring statement. The errors will not be, will not lead to a dismissal or something, but based on their gradation, they will be ignored or they will be allowed to rectify. Thank you.
In fact, it was so good to see when the demo happened that there is a chronology, and the importance of that was also highlighted by the Honorable President. Rajesh ji, the tribunal is the last fact-finding authority, and the jurisprudence, of course, has evolved. So what do you think taxpayers should make sure that their facts are rightly recorded in this last fact-finding authority?
Thank you. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And it's been an honor speaking in front of the august luminaries and the lordships present here. It's been really an honor. But I would not take much of a time, and I would not stand. It's the last session before lunch. So my take on this entire thing is, I always advise people that try to put in as much of the fact sheets and everything from the very beginning. Don't keep it till the last, because what happens, if you do not put in all your facts and everything from the very beginning, when you reach to GSTAT, there might be a position that you might miss a very important point, or you might not take a very important ground. And as the GSTAT rule says, that you cannot introduce a new ground unless and until it is being primarily allowed by the bench. So please take as much of grounds which is required for that. And most important, try to have as much primary and secondary documentation required to provide at the time of appeals at the lower stages. Try to get the procedural issues closed at the lower stages, because though things will move ahead, but try to have everything and anything provided at the lower stage. Only one question I might have to the there are times when there are voluminous documents that we file, and we have a matter where there are approximately 3,000 pages of just proving 16(2)(c). It is more than 3,000 pages. So do you think that the GSTAT portal will have that space enough to accommodate this entire thing?
Concerned with the space and all. So the point is the compute that we require. So we are phase-wise increasing the volume of, Honorable President only said that it has increased from 100, earlier it was, then it has been raised to 250. So we are gradually increasing. So compute also we have to see at the same time, because initially this application was built on a monolithic structure. So we are also have planned to go into microservices. So as a infra side also we are improving. So as and when we improve in the infra, we will increase the capacity as well.
Because this might be the question.
You said that you had to file some 30,000 pieces of document at the original state or first appellate stage?
So what happens when we file before the GSTAT, you also need to prepare a paper book which consists of all the details which has already been filed, because which forms a part of the paper book. So at that point of time, the paper book and everything might contain around 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 data.
My advice to you, like if let us see take for reconsideration, the original order is passed online, totally online, no paperwork is done. The first appellate proceeding was taken online, and order is passed online also, no paperwork. When you come to the second appellate stage in GSTAT, you don't have to file any document that you have filed in the original stage and the first appellate stage. Thus, you file it, the appeal in the second appeal, as I understand, am I correct?
Yeah, all the paper book is already available.
Everything will be auto-populated.
So the entire APL one will be there.
Another is the lawyers have a what do you call habit of taking up a paper book, putting it everything there, like from appeal memo, order impugned, appeal judgment impugned. Then in many cases the statute is also a copy is given. Every document is given. That is not necessary actually. If you want, you have to rethink what a paper book is. Yeah. Now you see that paper book where only your arguments will be there or your facts you will present, and everything has to be linked to with the e-paper book type of thing.
My Lordship, just 1 second. My Lordship, why I raised this question is currently the process of filing of appeal in whichever stages are there do not allow us to upload beyond the point of a particular document, beyond the point.
I know.
So for that we need to file a lot of papers in the department for the purpose of filing. So which is over and above the appeals that we file. That forms a part of the paper book. Will that also come down to GSTAT, whatever we have filed at the lower authority, or we need to file it again?
Whatever you have uploaded at the time
so
of
those
appeal,
documents were not uploaded.
So if those documents were not uploaded and just handed over during the time of personal hearing, if that paper book has been taken cognizance in the order, then that will be reflected to that limited amount only.
I think that
it will not be in entirety uploaded because that is not available at all in the system. System is
the first appellate stage workflow is, if it is digital, it will reflect. If it is not, it will not reflect. So Badri,
thank you.
If I could just switch gears and ask you to look at the future. The place of supply is very contentious, and it is, of course, given its importance, to be heard at the principal bench. So how do you expect that to play out? Because it is so widespread across all jurisdictions. How do you think place of supply rules litigation will play out in terms of volume and its impact on progress of cases across the country?
Surya, I'll just maybe take it in a piece like this. I'll just take it like this. One, yes, while we spoke about the load before the GSTAT at various benches, I believe the highest load will be before the principal bench, actually. Because there are, today, if like the Honorable President mentioned, 70% of the issues that are there are common across states. So all that will lie before the principal bench. One of the significant ones is place of supply, irrespective of whether it is common or no, it will be before the principal bench. There is, I would say, there is so much of jurisprudence already from the service tax and possibly to an extent from the ECJ, European Court of Justice, because we have borrowed the place of supply provisions largely from ECJ, India, the European Court of Justice, ECJ, right? So I believe there is a lot of jurisprudence that we can borrow from there, and we should be able to use that. The place of supply, yes, I think the largest of the issues that has been in dispute right from service tax era till now is intermediary services in the service tax. So that is gone. I mean, hopefully the law is going to get amended on the 1st of February budget, because that is already cleared by the council. So barring that, I see the place of supply significant only in respect of real estate related services and possibly event related services.
you don't expect it to be too much?
Not too much on the place of supply aspects.
Rajesh ji, from the experience with the earlier tribunals and income tax appellate tribunals, it seems to be remand is a very common outcome of these proceedings. That the tribunals do give another chance to the department, because we have seen that it is the taxpayer is the one who is usually the appellant of the tribunal, and the tribunal members do give the department another chance. They send the matter back to the officer. Do you think there should be some sort of thinking through how this does not further, fester the proceedings and elongate the proceedings anymore, to give it some sort of certainty and timelines?
I would rather answer this question not from the perspective of GSTAT. I will rather answer this question from the perspective of the people filing. This is a very important thing, is that how do you approach a litigation? First of all, an approach of a litigation. If today GSTAT is not a authority where they will go down and see whether there is a proper actual transportation or things has happened, whether there was an e-way bill which was there, or they are not that position to ideally see each and every document. That is exactly what I'm trying to say, is how do you approach a litigation? You should have done that at the earlier stage. How do you approach the litigation? Things should have been done and worked out at the lower stage. If that is not done, again another thing, how much the SSC would like to close back till the time, if it is a genuine matter, till the time the matter is not closed, your amount or your working capital in whichever way is blocked. So it is not from, first of all, it is how you approach litigation, how you go ahead with the litigation, and in case there are matters, I think, irrespective of the fact whether the matter is listed at the single bench or at the division bench, in case there are matters which relates to a complete fact-finding authorities, definitely there is a chance of remand, but with the rules and things which are there, I think, and lordships being there, I think such remand would be definitely with some order or with some suggestion in place that it has to be completed within this period of time, or with some thing that it should be taken in this way, so that the matter is expedited. That, I think, should definitely come in, and which would be the welcome step.
Yes.
What happens is, like, we view it from two perspectives, whether it is on account of law or on account of facts. Okay, generally what happens, when we find that the lower authority has not followed the principles of natural justice, by default it has to go to the first authority, because we should not be sitting on the merits of the case, particularly when lot of facts have to be verified, like he said. We cannot be doing the clerical job of checking all the invoices to come to a conclusion whether it's correct or not. Okay, that's the by default. But if it's a question of law, suppose we feel that this issue already stands decided, we feel that there is no point in sending it back to the authority and then asking him to interpret. We can as well interpret. So there are a lot of orders which we have passed as a bench, saying that this is already we first of all note that principles of natural justice is not followed by the lower authority. Then we say that this issue already stands decided by the tribunal, High Court or Supreme Court here. So based on that, we are deciding the case ourselves, and then we decide the issue and then close it up. Second one, sometimes if it has to go for the fact finding of the lower authority, like he says, we make it specific in the order itself, since the issue pertains to the year 2010 or 11. So the Commission of Appeals is directed to decide the issue within 4 months from the date of receipt of this order. So this becomes, and then we also say the appellant should cooperate with the Commission of Appeals by appearing before him with all the documentary evidence, so that this can be closed, so that nobody takes the plea that because of the other party this was not done. And similarly, sometimes we get that kind of a direction from the High Court, saying that when they remind it to us, they say that it should be decided within 3 months. We absolutely ensure that it is decided within 3 months. We give top priority for that case. We see that it is heard, and then we pass our order within 3 months. So this
That's
is
a
to
good
be
way to think
taken.
about it.
Yeah.
Such a
So I
distinction.
think
I just want to add, like remand is in fact a taxing punishment to the litigant. He had already been there in the original adjudicating authority, and then it comes to the first appellate or second appellate authority who remands the matter. If at all is a question of law, then it should not be remanded. It should be decided by the second appellate authority, especially that is the tribunal. But as my brother said, if there is question of appreciation of fact, or supposing there is necessity of collecting further evidence, then remand is necessary. Even in that case, if you see the provisions of CPC, the remand, what are the kinds of remand? One is a open remand, the other is a closed remand, and there is another type of remand which says that you do collect evidence in this case and give it to us. Or we can ask also, you give your finding on this fact within 2 months or 1 month and transmit it to us so that we will decide the rest of the case.
Excellent things.
That what will happen. Number one, if you give an open remand to the first appellate authority or the original authority, then they are, as it is, they are overburdened, they get an additional thing. But if we give a certain, a particular direction to decide a particular question, not the entire question again, and remit it back to us, it will be much faster. But that will require a higher, higher participation by the second appellate authority. हम कितना कर सकते हैं ये देखेंगे आगे जाके.
Quick responses, last questions from both. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Just 1 minute. Already so many discussions. I believe there is a clear distinction between the earlier tribunal and this present tribunal. Section 111 of this CGST Act categorically said that tribunal will guided by the natural justice, categorically, and they will follow the civil process. For that, they will not go by the civil CPC. For that, they have already given so many matters, cross-examination, discovery documents, all these things. So I believe what we are suffering in the SESTAT by remanding the matter, that can be avoided here if we follow 111, and if there's a guidelines also, their guidelines will come. So my view is in future, tribunal will decide this natural justice, even the second appellate stage. Thank you.
So we'll just take the last few minutes. Rajeshji, before I go on to Badri for the last question, how do you think the writs that have been filed so far and are pending in the high courts, or how do you think they'll play out?
So, everybody might be aware of the Allahabad High Court judgment, which clearly said that because when this writ started, GSTAT was not there. So they said that since the alternate remedy wasn't there, so it is a place where you can come in. But with the GSTAT forming, they have asked ideally to, and they are remanding, the courts are remanding back the matters to them. They are only inclined to take matters involving lack of jurisdiction, natural justice, and constitutional validity. Barring that, I think courts will not now entertain further on the point of, since the alternate remedy is already there, because, and more so, what is important is that we have the last, and people should avail the last fact-finding opportunity and go back to the GSTAT. So I don't think that writ might not be the correct position now, unless and until it is for those three factors, and it should be going to the GSTAT, and even from the high courts for the matters which are pending, based on this Allahabad High Court judgment, they might remand it back to the GSTAT for giving the decisions.
But the last word, you may have the last word. If you are the CFO or the tax head of a corporation, what would your strategy be for the next few months?
One is like we have spoken about, this expression, final fact-finding authority. So tribunal is the final fact-finding authority. So anything relating to that needs utmost attention when we kind of are before the tribunal. There is no other, there is no alternate, or there is no second chance that any of us will actually get. If our prayer, if the prayer is that of remand, then I believe we should state that first, because even tribunal, I mean, we have the Lordship sitting here. Tribunal will be interested in kind of closing those issues. So if it is remand, there's nothing more. It doesn't have to be heard on merits at all. So it'll be, the workload also can possibly lead you. So maybe that could be one of the ways that you may want to look at. Then, I was talking to him just before I came up here. If you have the slightest of the thoughts that, my case may not be as that strong, I'm before the tribunal though, then you may want to consider, as a CFO, right, as a head of tax, I may want to consider if I want to arrest my interest liability. See, because interest is a running meter, right, till the date I'm going to pay that. So at the time of making a pre-deposit, the system allows. So you may want to consider making 100% of the disputed taxes as pre-deposit. I mean, a lot of times we discuss about why pay that 10% also. We go to the High Court and like the system now provides that it may be zero, if the High Court says so. But the flip side of that is, if you want to, for whatever reasons, right, may want to make a complete amount of disputed taxes as pre-deposit. That is one thing I would definitely look at as a CFO, and one last thing. In various discussions, I've heard this word amnesty scheme again. Okay, so please, I'm personally not a believer of amnesty schemes. Personally, I'm not a believer. Having said that, I don't think it is right to expect anything any soon. So please, get ready for your tribunal appeals. That's what I would want to say.
Don't mention the word and manifest it. Just keep in mind. The working capital requirement, I think, has also played a part in people not filing early. Because if you're anyway have time till June, why should I pay pre-deposit now and run cost of interest for 4, 5, 6 months? Right? So thank you so much for the discussion and for the patient hearings.
Thank you. Let me just take 1 minute. Thank you. It's been wonderful being here today. And I represent BCIC, which is from Bangalore. Thank you so much, Jalanji and the full team, for making this event happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Mr. Jalan once again to please be on the dais and to do the honor and to present mementos to the panelists and moderator. To the moderator, Mr. Surya Prakash, Mr. N.R. Badrinath. Okay. And I request also moderator to present the memento to another panelist, Mr. Das Gupta. We request for a photograph also, please, group photograph. Now we will have a short session, a special session to be presented by Tally, how Tally can handle GST compliance in a better way. I request CS Suhash Tulsian from Tulsian Infotech, Tally certified partner, to please be on the dais for the presentation.
Okay, no? Hello dear friends and professional colleagues. Myself C.S. Suyash Tulsian. I'm a practicing chartered accountant based at Calcutta, practicing since 2012. First of all, I'd like to thank BCC&I for inviting me to speak on this platform, and I express my regards to His Lordship Honorable Dr. Justice Sanjaya Kumar Mishra and judicial members of the GSTAT. So, although time is very limited, I'd like to touch upon few areas on how Tally Prime software has been developing itself in making GST compliance to be the easiest solution, and how a seamless process can be utilized in the GST filing process, be it GST1, GST3B, and GST2B reconciliation, RCM calculations, etc. So, as regards to GST1 filing process, earlier the procedure was like a manual process was involved, in which we have to export a JSON file and then we have to import manually into GST portal by logging into the GST portal. With Tally's latest release in a connected environment, Tally allows you to directly file GST1 from Tally software without even having the necessity of logging to the GST portal. It's a small setup that has to be done, and with send online option, you can directly upload GST data to GST portal. I'll just like to show a small brief of how this process is done. Like when we go to Tally's GST1 report, this report auto-populates all the GST1 related transactions for a particular period, and we have the flexibility of changing the period. So this is the data of GST1 which Tally has prepared for me. And now we have the option to simply go to export GST returns, and there is a new option come up with send online option. If we choose this option, Tally will directly upload this data, including document summary, HSN summary, B2B, B2C, credit notes, everything to GST portal, and we do not even need to log into the GST portal at this stage. There is a small setup of API integration, and this data can be loaded to GST portal. For those cases where e-invoice is applicable, so e-invoice information auto flows to GST portal, e-invoice, e-credit notes. So this software has the logic ki if e-invoice is applicable on this particular client, so e-invoice data will not be loaded, only the data which does not flow directly from e-invoice information, for example document summary, HSN summary, and B2C. This will flow from Tally, and e-invoice data will directly come to the GST portal. Like last year May, a new rule came that B2B and B2C HSN has to be reported separately. So Tally has upgraded itself and already given this option, and HSN summary with bifurcation of B2B and B2 supply can be obtained from Tally, and accordingly it flows to the GST portal. One more feature has been given. For example, while filing of our return, if we would like to have a recheck whether the GST number provided for the buyers is correct or not. So before uploading of the return, we have a button over here in which we can directly validate the GST number of all the parties for which we are filing the GST1. So after filing of GST1 or at the time of filing every month's GST returns, we have a concern that we would like to check whether the GST1 data of previous months are reconciling with our books of account or not. There might be a situation that last month I had raised B2C invoice for a particular customer, and later on he requested to update his data, and he has provided GST details, and B2B invoice has actually been issued. But for some reason we forgot to update this information in next month's GST1. So before filing of next month's GST return, Tally provides a new option of reconciliation of GST1 data with your accounting data, and it is a seamless process without even the necessity of logging to GST portal. There is a new option called exchange option here, all GST options. download GST returns. Under the download GST returns, we have the option to download all kind of GST returns which have been filed, like GST1, GST3B, GST2B. So here I have the option of selecting which return I want to download. For example, I selected GST1. I can give the return period. And an OTP will be sent, and the GST1 data will be pulled inside Tally software. And after the data gets pulled, we will be able to see this kind of report. In this screen, the black colored items are our accounting data, and the blue colored items are the ones which have been downloaded from GST1 portal. And this way we can download multiple months GST data in a single click, and we have the facility to reconcile at once whether our data is all kind of data, B2B, B2C, credit notes, HSN, document summary, what is there in our accounting system is matching with what we have filed in GST1 or not. Similarly, input reconciliation has become a big headache, and majority of mistakes or reconciliation issues have come up. So for to-be reconciliation also, Tally has provided an automated process in which, in the similar manner, the way I demonstrated how GST1 data can be downloaded, in similar manner GST2B data can also be downloaded, and it can be reconciled with the GST, with the input entries we have passed in our system, and matches or mismatches report can be obtained directly from the Tally. Similar way, we go to this exchange option, all GST options, and from configure we can provide the configurations, and we can download the GST2B data also. And similar way, here we have a new option, GST2B reconciliation. Similar way, the black colored items represent my accounting data, and the blue colored items represent the data downloaded from GST portal. And we can do invoice level of reconciliation. One thing I'd like to mention here, the reconciliation process is automatic. If the entries in Tally have been passed with a particular set of rules, means the party's GST number is properly updated, the supplier invoice number has been fed in the correct field, the GST settings have been are correct, then Tally will automatically reconcile the invoices based on these few parameters. And the unreconciled items, for example, if there is an input of previous months which is coming in current month, these unreconciled items can be seen from a report. And this way the blue colored and the black color items, line by line, they can be reconciled with each other. This is the GST number level summary, and when we drill down under, we get the invoice level. Like this, here we can get the invoice level of information. Further, for this particular reconciliation, there is some flexibility option given. For example, invoice number, the party which has uploaded their GST number, they have missed hyphen, minus, or some prefix, suffix. The flexibility has been given whether you want to ignore these kind of matches or you want to keep the exact matches, whether you want to ignore rounding differences or not, or whether you want to ignore difference in invoice amount or not. There can be a situation where we have booked the purchase entry along with TDS, but party has not raised invoice like that. So these kind of flexibility has been provided in the software so that we can configure our data and we can do the matching accordingly. One more feature regarding to RCM calculation. So in our expense booking entry, if RCM is applicable, and if we do the configuration correctly, for example, there is a transportation charges, and for the whole month, at the time of filing of 3B, we would like to see what is the total liability of RCM which I have to consider for this particular month. So if we do the correct settings in the RCM applicable ledgers, be it providing the GST number of the supplier, like whether he is a registered party or an unregistered party, and in the expense ledger, if we provide there is an option at the time of creating of masters in the expense ledger, we have an option to specify whether RCM is applicable or not here. So if we follow the accounting entries with these kind of changes, these kind of settings, then Tally's 3B report will automatically give me the monthly totals of our RCM liability, and that can be fed in our GST 3B data. Although I had much to speak, but time is short. A new feature has come up. It is a Government of India initiative, namely Bharat Connect. In Bharat Connect, if a supplier is registered with Bharat Connect and if he raises an invoice directly from his system, there are few softwares who are getting registered with Bharat Connect. So one supplier's invoice can directly flow into his buyer's accounting system, and they simply have to open the invoice and they press accept, and the invoice entry will be posted. So Tally has also come up with Bharat Connect feature, although I am not demonstrating that because it will take a bit of time. So this is how Tally has come up with the GST filing compliance and tried to make the GST filing process easily. As and when there are changes coming in the law, Tally has updated itself whenever required. So that's all from my side. Any questions on Tally or any queries I can take care of? Thank you, everyone. Sir, in one single report you cannot get, but there is an aging report in Tally, and there is an option of F6. If you press the aging report, and there is one more option in F12 that you have to show all the invoices. So you can get a report in how many days this invoice had been paid. But the filter option is missing. You want to filter out only those invoices which have been paid after 180 days. That filter option is missing. You have to export that report in Excel and then you can provide the filter. As of now, that filter option is missing, but this is a reported issue. So that separate screen is not there as such. It has taken care of the compliance process, because Tally has taken care of how your accounting data has to communicate with the GST portal, like filing of GST 1, 3B, 2B reconciliation. Up to that part it has taken care of. Litigation part is not there. Yes, for litigation, the kind of reports, the kind of data which the department asks for, many such kind of data can be obtained from Tally. Like if you, as I mentioned, if you maintain your data with a particular set of settings, like for example, for purchase, they ask for information in a format key, party name, GST number, transport document number, e-invoice number. These kind of formats can be obtained from Tally, provided you have passed the entry in a particular manner with the correct GST settings.
Thank you.
Tally's annual computation report can give you tax rate wise bifurcation, the one which we require in GST 9C. Thank you, everyone.
I request Mr. Jalan to please be on the dais to present mementos on behalf of the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Tulsian. Now we will have an open house session. I request Mr. Jalan to be on the dais. I would also request His Lordship, Honorable Dr. Justice Sanjaya Kumar Mishra. And Mr. Alok Kumar, EVP from Goods and Services Tax Network.
So, last session before lunch, and as Honorable President Sir had initially also said that we'll have question and answers later. So, any questions for President Sir, Alok Sir from GST Network? Yeah, Tarunji. Back 2, show me 3, 4. Yeah, there also 5. Please give the mic.
Good afternoon, sir. We have seen that many a times notices are uploaded on the GSTN portal, including appeal matters, and they go unnoticed by the assessee because maybe the portal has one has not checked the portal, or the SMS email has got missed, and then there are orders being passed ex parte, and then one has to go to the High Court and come back. In GSTAT portal also, as I understand, it will all be e-filing and all. If one misses an email, or hearings are missed, or if the department files an appeal and we miss it.
We got your question. The first of all, a very recent judgment of High Court, I think Punjab and Haryana High Court or Delhi High Court. I've not read the entire judgment, but I read the newspaper this thing, wherein the High Court said that the portal notice, uploading the notice in the portal to be seen by the SSC is not sufficient. If they are not appearing, you have to make them, that has to be delivered to the SSC. Please be seated. In principal bench of the GSTAT, similar questions also arose that we send notice to the portal, but there was no response. But at present, we are having the luxury of having a very small number of cases. So some 100 cases of anti-proprietary and some 20 cases of second GSTAT, which I believe I will never have this kind of luxury again in my life. For a few months I have this luxury. So I say that if there is a notice to be served to the respondent or the SSC, I ask them serve a notice through the portal and an email, and also a registered post to speed post. And sometimes I ask them, call them personally and ask them to come to the court, because I am not having enough number of cases. But once it goes beyond the lakhs, I don't know what will happen. But one thing I can assure, that in every case, GSTAT will see that notices are properly served, not only through the portal, but also through other means, especially through the email and through speed post. Thank you. Nice question.
Right, sir. This was, I remember, sir, Madras High Court. Yes, sir, Madras High Court, where they distinguished between a legal service and an effective service. So, rightly said, sir. Yeah, I think here we have one. Yeah. Please provide the mic here.
Yeah, my question is a bit technical, so I will ask to Alok Kumar sir. This is regarding if I have multiple registrations under a single PAN, the government and the law allows me, if I have some balance in a cash ledger, so I can move it to the other registration under the same PAN, provided I don't have any outstanding liabilities against me which is not stayed. Now, there is a case, practical case which I am suffering with, is that I have a APL 04 available with me for which I have already paid the 20% pre-deposit. So as per the law says, the order is stayed now. But until the time the portal allows me to file an appeal to the GSTAT, the GSTN portal itself is not allowing me to transfer the cash from that particular GSTN to another GSTN. So this is a pure technical thing. Law absolutely clear is that from law perspective, I can transfer it and it's my right. But only due to some technical issue in the portal, there is no cognizance in the portal that if I already paid the pre-deposit of it, the portal is not allowing me to transfer the cash. So it is curbing the right of the taxpayer just because of the technical issue.
So, if you have raised any representation and all, we will look into in the detail why this, whether it is a system design that we have made for all such cases, or it is particularly in your case that this thing is happening. But generally, our system are designed as per the rules. So in this case, there is, as you said, that it is not legally correct to prevent that person to not transfer that cash from the ledger. So I will have to look into detail of the case, and then if you can make some representation, or you may write to mail to GSTN or raise some ticket or something. Generally, even if it is not, it is a design basis also, we take cognizance of ITGRC. There is a grievance redressal mechanism where we take this up and then get the data fix done in case, in a particular case, this person is facing some issue.
You can, see, yeah, what you can do, I would take the liberty to interrupt here a little, that you can write to us in Bengal Chamber. In the National Fiscal Affairs and Taxation Committee, we are regularly making representations. Even GST network, we have made so many representations and lot of them have been addressed. So we'll make representation accordingly.
Okay, so just to give an input that in case of OIO, we take cognizance of that. Because after a OIO is issued, I have that option to file an appeal from that link itself. But in case of OIA, there is no such link in the portal that I have already paid the deposit and I am willing to file that.
Gentlemen, we got your problem, but we just want to know whether it is a class problem or is an individual problem. It's a class problem. और भी हो रहा है, तो then you have to address it. Individual problem है तो you have raised the ticket and it is not resolved, and the ticket has been closed. You raise another ticket. This time you raise two tickets. One or the original problem, and second or the problem why my resolution, my problem was not resolved and the ticket was closed.
Right, yeah. First at the back, many hands are there. At the back, we'll come to the front. Okay, first. Okay. Somebody, yeah. हाँ बताइए. माइक दीजिए आप.
So the portal has recently come up with an announcement that there will be restrictions on the RCM liability ledger, wherein we will not be allowed to avail ITC until and unless paid through 3B. Now the problem is the payment of RCM can happen through DRC 03 or even at the time of filing of annual returns in a specific case. But now since there is a restriction or availment of ITC, how do I facilitate it? Now the portal will not allow me to do that.
Come up with that advisory only with respect that there is a negative liability lying in your RCM ledger, right? So unless you make that negative ledger as positive by paying some cash, because RCM is supposed to be in the same 3B form, you have to pay the amount and then take the credit.
So,
right?
But my case situation, what about the situations where the RCM is not paid through 3B? if I avail the ITC in the 3B
So
return.
in the DRC3 you must have written that
It's all
it is
written,
it is which period and which return
yes,
it
it's all
pertains to.
documented, annexed, everything is
So
there.
in the DRC3 when there is a drop down where you have mentioned that it is for this period and it is pertaining to this 3B, then we must have captured therein.
It
In
is
case in
captured.
your case, so it is, if it is captured, then it goes in the same table what the 3B payment reflects in the back end in the table.
So,
So
but-
if it is still showing the negative, then it must be some.
No, sir. I don't know, sir. That is the whole situation. But because of the advisory which has come, it's caused some amount of confusion to me personally, or maybe to the entire fraternity, as to how this has to be addressed. Because there are definite situations where the payment has been done through other mechanisms, and there can be n number of reasons for negative liability statement. Placing a restriction on the portal level without any, also there is no provisions of anything similar in the law. So I really have a concern regarding this, and I request you to look into it.
So general. These are some issues which you can.
Yeah.
Most definitely, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Right, right. So-
Lordship, one last question, Lordship, addressed to Alok sir. One last question, may I be permitted? Alok sir, does the GSTAT portal allow us to have a digest of cases, maybe section-wise or maybe topic-wise, which can be useful for us for reference purposes at a later stage? It would be helpful to
I think
us
in the,
also.
in the walkthrough, Vikas, my
I
colleague.
did not notice that. I did not notice that.
Vikas had given the list drop down where it was the section wise you have to. The flow also it was mentioned that there were 4 flows: recovery, enforcement, audit, or where from that the appeal is the original order in original flows, and also the particular sections where it refers to. Because when you choose that drop down of the issues involved, there it gives you the section. I think Vikas whose page
No,
with how.
no, Lordship. No, look, sir, my question is different. At a later date, maybe at the end of a year, if I want to look up the all cases on section 16, will the portal allow me that kind of facility?
So we may develop that kind of analytics or
be very
report
helpful.
MIS kind of thing in the portal. That what I am understanding by your question, that some MIS kind of thing where you can search that these many cases
Have been heard on this particular section.
Yeah.
Vivek, if you could please forward a small note on that.
Yeah, if you can send it to us in Bengal chamber, to Sharbani or me also, we'll compile all. In fact, there are many things which we have to send. We'll send all. Please. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have had a super engaging day, starting very, very early. Thank you so much to, first of all, Honorable President, sir, for sparing so much of time. Sir.
So today's great initiative on the part of this Bengal Chamber of Commerce, but we have a lot of things to do, a lot of miles to travel. इसमें एक अननोन अननोन शायर की कविता है, छोटा सा मैं पढ़ लेता हूँ. मैं ये बहुत इंस्पिरेशन मिला है इसमें. जीवन में असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है हमारे लिए भी. GSTAT हो या आप टैक्स प्रोफेशनल हो, बहुत सारा काम करना है आगे. जीवन में असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है, हमारे इरादों का इम्तिहान अभी बाकी है. अभी तो नापी है बस मुट्ठी भर जमीन, अभी तो सारा आसमान बाकी है. थैंक यू.
It was great to hear this closing kavita from none other than Honorable President, sir, as we go into a thoroughly new landscape of GSTAT for the entire ecosystem. And to end with, let's put our country first. We all stand up for our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. With all the speakers. Ashun. आइए सर. सर. मिस्टर मुखर्जी. आइए. आइए सर. थैंक यू सर. आइए आइए.